You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Colts. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punts the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump cup. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. It doesn't get much better than this weekend in college football. Are you ready, Tones?
I'm ready.
Woo! Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hour number 2 coming your way here on Braves Country today. Tones, how are you, my man?
As you alluded to, brother, what a weekend we have in store. Great college football weekend. I'm actually heading down to Tampa for Bucks Eagles Monday Night Football. I'm all fired up, so I got an exciting weekend on tap, and it starts off.
Bucks Eagles?
I will be at Bucks Eagles, brother. And Rondé Barber gets inducted in the Hall of Fame at halftime of that game as well.
Man, you and your brother live the life of Riley, man. You're going to Bucks Eagles. He's in Vegas. What the hell? When do you head down there?
I'm heading down there tomorrow, and then I'll be down there until Tuesday. So head down tomorrow. A quick 3-nighter, but I'm going to get my money's worth.
Are you driving or flying?
We'll be flying.
Okay. So are you with us tomorrow morning?
As of right now, yes, my flight accommodates to that, but I did get a warning a little bit ago that I'm going to have to keep my flight posted. But right now, I'm good to go.
Okay. Well, just keep us posted. Hopefully everything works out all right. What time are you supposed to fly out right now?
Right now, I'm supposed to fly out around 11:30, but something with them in the terminal that I got to look into that they said I might have to jump it to 8:45 potentially. So we'll see.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, hopefully everything works out. If not, the most important thing is y'all have a safe flight down there. By the way, Cubs just hit a home run, and is it 4 or 5-0? Jared Young just hit his second. It looks like it's 5-0 because there was a runner on. So 5-0 Cubs. It is on the screen. Let me see if I can pull that up just a little bigger. I feel like that. There we go. There you go. Now we're cooking with gas. Cubs and Rockies, big series all around Major League Baseball. To me, the way I'm ranking it this weekend, it's college football, then Major League Baseball, and then NFL. There's some decent games on the NFL slate, but I'm waiting for all the cobwebs to come out of the engines, man. There's some bad NFL that was being played these first few weeks, and San Francisco is playing well, but the Giants look like they still got a long way to go. And I'd say it's over half the league right now that they're just I don't know about you, but I attribute this to the lack of preseason football.
Yeah, me as well. And that's the thing with preseason ball. Obviously, we know that got adjusted from 4 to 3 games. And as you mentioned, I think it's a direct correlation on the beginning of the year. And I don't really think coaches have found out the best of ways to handle the 3-game preseason yet. And until they do, I think we're going to continue to see some slow football out of the gates in the NFL.
I think it's been adjusted from 4 games to no games because there are teams out there that aren't even playing in the preseason. All they're putting their scrubs out there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to do that, you might as well not even have the damn preseason games. Go to a 20-game slate like the NFL wants and just learn on the fly. Have these games mean even less at the beginning of the season, but at least maybe we'll get a little more action because it's getting to the point now where the National Football League, I'll tell you what, if they could go back in time, Major League Baseball would be playing their playoffs right now because the National Football League, if they could go back in time and they knew what was going to happen, October baseball would be September baseball. And you'd get the entire playoffs get going in September. You'd get it going like on Labor Day weekend because college football it's about now when college football starts having some big games because we get all these, God, Lord, for lack of a better term, Cupcake City, right? And now we're getting some major matchups. But before I get carried away, as I'm known to do, let me get your 4 at 4, sir, here on a TGI Friday, a football Friday.
Yeah, let's get going right away here. 4 at 4 and TGIF. Indeed, McGee. I think it's a beautiful day with Fridays. So, around Major League Baseball, it seems like he's been down and out for a while now, but it's official. Former All-Star relief pitcher Sean Doolittle has officially retired. Doolittle won a World Series with the Washington Nationals, and he was a several-time All-Star. Do you have any thoughts about Doolittle officially retiring and what he did for Major League?
I'd say Doolittle has done little, and I've forgotten about him. I didn't know he he wasn't retired. I'll put it that way. So Sean has done little, so fair enough. I wasn't a big fan of his. He said some stuff back during the pandemic that was really off-putting, and I'll just leave it at that because no need to dig up old stuff on him. But I'm not a big fan of Doolittle.
I agree with you there. I remember when he said some stuff that I wasn't too much in favor of as well during the
Blake Snell category with me, if that gives you an idea.
Definitely, yeah. I know where you're talking from as well, McGee, and we'll move right on from Doolittle to do a little to literally do little over the next week or two as Bryce Young, the Panthers' new rookie starting quarterback, obviously the NFC South, very familiar with him as he's played a couple games against the South already. He's out at least 1 to 2 weeks. Frank Reich says it's going to be more looking like 2 weeks, but they'll see. Thoughts on Andy Dalton, the Red Rocket, getting the start with Bryce Young injured?
The biggest news on that is, if you're a New York Jets fan, it's one more quarterback you can't go plucking from. Because I really thought that was a strong possibility with a team that was in a full-blown rebuild that didn't care about wins and losses. I could see them trading Andy Dalton for a draft pick and just grab anybody off the street to back up Bryce Young. But now that he's going to be implemented in the game plan, that's gone. And did you happen to catch any of the pregame stuff on the NFL Prime last night?
I did not. I was actually at a Kevin James comedy show last night.
Oh, sweet. How was that?
It was actually pretty cool. I liked his opener. His opener was a fellow named Chris Roach from New York. They told some good jokes, and let's just say they went old school. You know, they weren't PC at all, so it was fun. I
like Kevin James. I've never seen him, but I've always liked his comedy, his career. I didn't watch it, but I heard the rebuttal to it this morning on some radio. You know, I've made I haven't been quiet about the fact that I'm not a fan of the Prime broadcast to begin with, and I'm really not into. I mean, their pregame show, I'm sorry, but it sucks. I mean, it does. But evidently they were all, and I don't know if they were just trying to get clickbait, because there were guys like Tony Gonzalez who hasn't made a strong statement in a decade of doing broadcasting, right? I mean, you talk about the ultimate just lays there. But he jumped on the train, and that's the sound to know that we're coming up on those 4 minutes on the 4-4. But anyways, long story short, evidently they were killing the Jets, saying that they need to go get a quarterback, that Zach Wilson isn't going to be basically giving Zach Wilson no shot in hell of doing anything with the Jets. And fair enough, he hasn't done anything to show us anything. But my rebuttal to that is, well, who are you going to go get? Because they instantly put down the Carson Wentz idea. They said, oh, no, that's not an option. Well, who are you going to go get? Because they were throwing names like Jameis Winston out there. The problem is, I think the Saints believe that he is a necessary part of their roster, because if something were to happen to Derek Carr, and this is a team that has ideas of possibly winning the division, going to the playoffs, you're not going to get it from them. Mm-hmm. Red Rocket is now in the starting lineup. So anyways, basically, I think the Jets, if you were going to kill the Jets for one thing, it would be not having the foresight to say, hey, you supposedly went all in this year as the general manager and the head coach on this Aaron Rodgers idea. You got to have a good backup plan, because the way that they presented it to everyone, Tons, if you remember this in the offseason, was that Aaron Rodgers was going to be the guy the next couple of years. Zach Wilson was going to take a step down and sit back and watch, essentially, right, and see if they could develop him. Mm-hmm. That means you need a third quarterback, and it should have been a veteran that could have stepped in. Mm-hmm. And not scrambling now. So I don't know what they're going to do. I don't believe Zach Wilson is the answer either. And I don't know if this is all his fault. I feel like Rob Saleh is not a very damn good head coach, right?
I like the Wentz idea, as you alluded to. I don't get why they don't go.
I mean, you might as well.
Yeah,
he's nobody is as bad as Zach Wilson. I mean, they're just.
I mean, I know it's a year ago, but Wentz against the Jaguars last year had a 4-touchdown, 400-yard performance. Granted, last year, but I mean, he could still play.
The thing is, you don't need the moon and stars. Mm-hmm. You need a quarterback who's not going to be running for his life and scared and skipping the ball across the field like he's skipping rocks on a lake. And if he's not doing that, he's running in the wrong direction. And if he's not doing that, he's turning the ball over. So you just need a guy to not screw it up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would have liked to have seen them. I'm talking about this is now everyone's moving and shaking on, but I'm talking about in the offseason. I would have gotten Jacoby Brissett on my roster.
Mm-hmm.
I would have gotten somebody that I would know, hey, something happens to Rodgers, you're going to be able to snap the ball, hand it off, and not do anything really dumb. Yeah. And Tyrod Taylor, who's backing up with the Giants, but you can't go after him because the Giants, by the time the teams that are going to be giving up on the season are giving up on the season, the Jets will be giving up on the season, and that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I really think Carson Wentz is the only way to go. Unless there's someone who's not signed that I'm not thinking of, but he's the only name that comes to mind.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the best one as well.
What are your next 2 4-4s? Because I prattled on there.
Zooming on to the next 4 for 4, we got the Rays are calling up one of the top prospects in all of baseball, Junior Caminero. They previously reported Junior Caminero would not be called up this year. That was before the Wander Franco thing, and then the Rays have been playing 50-50 baseball of late. Do you think this is more of a boost for the playoffs or more of a panic move that the Rays are promoting their top prospect from Double-A to the major leagues?
And what position is he playing again?
He'll be either position on the left side of the infield, third base or shortstop.
The problem is I don't follow the Rays enough to know, but I would think, okay, so here's the thing. I would say that they're just getting a look at him because, and you can appeal, but if he's not on the roster on September 1st, you can't have him on the playoff roster. So if he's just coming onto the roster now, you can't appeal. The Mets did it with Francisco Alvarez. He came up about this time last year, and he ended up on the roster. I thought it was ridiculous that they allowed it, but they did.
Yeah. So, if you have a rule, you got to, I guess, listen to it, but.
What is your number 4 at 4?
And the number 4 at 4, police say the shooting should have halted the White Sox game. As we remember, around a month ago at this time, a lady actually snuck a firearm in her quote-unquote fat flap into the White Sox stadium, and a bullet was sprayed into the crowd. The game kept going like nothing happened. A month later, police come out and says this should have halted the White Sox game. How shameful is it that a baseball game, a professional one at that, did not get stopped when a shooting happened inside the stadium and they were aware about it?
I won't put this on Major League Baseball. I'm going to put it in on whoever's in charge of security in that stadium, right? So I'm not even necessarily going to put this on the White Sox feet, but whoever's in charge of the security, that's a problem. That's a huge problem. You can't, man, what I'm thinking is that they weren't aware of what was really going down, right?
I agree.
It is 4:20. Smoke them if you got them. When we come back, you see the news on the screen. Looks like there could be betting around the corner in Florida. Of course, we've heard this before. And also, Max Fried goes back to the IL. We'll be back in a flash to talk about all of that and more here on Braves Country today. Jones and McGee, cool games. We got a 6-pack for you this time. Keep it locked in.
You're arrested for bribery. Can't you just bribe your way out? I mean,
You're a briber. That's what you do.
Armchair.
Better get that checked out.
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
Braves Country HD, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop.
Second down from the 3. Comes the blitz. Quick flip. Caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh, boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness.
If he had it, he didn't have it very long, that's for sure.
And this one's in the history books. And inexplicably, the Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
Armchair.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. That break jumped on me a little quicker than I thought it was going to. I was running around checking my head cut off in the background. So Tones. First and foremost, let's get this out of the way. I'm sure Braves Country's freaking out. I'm not too crazy about it, but Max Fried is heading back to the IL. 15-day IL. It should just be that stint. It's basically giving him till the postseason to get over this blister issue that we thought was behind him. They skipped him on a start, and then lo and behold, here we go again. That's concerning to me because if this is something that's going to start popping up into the postseason, how are you going to manage this junk?
Mm-hmm.
And man, I'll tell you what, more and more I see this guy, and he's elite when he's healthy. I'm not giving him a long-term deal, man. I'm just not doing it. This dude, I mean, come on. He's going to be 31 at the end of his current deal. He's 1 year left on his contract. I know a lot of fans want to keep him. I'm not giving him 30+ million when he's been spending a lot of time on the IL recently.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to give him that money either. As great as he is when he is pitching, he just hasn't been available often this whole season. I believe this is already his third stint now on the IL. And at the end of the day, McGee, look at how much the Rangers have hindered themselves by getting DeGrom and by getting Scherzer, and look at how it's affected them in the long run. And they gave up.
Anthopoulos isn't going to do that. First of all, he's not going to pay that kind of money for a pitcher. I mean, there was a article, I can't remember if it was the beginning of this week or late last week, so forgive me for the timeline, but he was being interviewed by one of the Braves beat writers. The short of it is this: he's flat out stated he's not going to break the bank in the offseason for any one particular free agent because he doesn't want to mess up their plan. And their plan is essentially to keep everything to where if you lose one guy, it doesn't cripple your whole damn franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, I'm much more inclined to let Fried go and overpay to keep Acuna long-term just because he is Braves baseball right now. I know we've got him locked up for a while now. We don't really have to worry about that at this point. But if you really wanted to step back and say, hey, you're only making around a little over $10 million a year right now. I want to say right now he's averaging like around 12 to 13.
Mm-hmm.
You want to step it up? we'll give you a long-term deal. Little club friendly for us. Little put you into a much higher bracket for you kind of thing. But
I mean,
pitcher. You know what I envision when you start talking about this? And you're very familiar with this young man. 31-year-old pitcher. You give him a 5-year deal worth about 160 plus million. Carlos Rodon.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell has he done? Nothing this year for the Yankees. Yankees went out there and broke the bank for him, and he brought them back Jack Diddley.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point, McGee. Look at Rodon. What he's doing with the Yankees, absolutely nothing, and it's been done time and time again. I remember when the Giants did the same thing with Jeff Samardzija as well. So, you got a couple of these big-time pitchers who continue to get hurt. They end up getting paid, and they end up playing more or less than they do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm, by the way, breaking news for your Chicago Cubs. Pete Crow Armstrong. I know he's a fan favorite right now.
Mm-hmm.
He just got his first career stolen base.
Let's go, and that's huge for a guy like that. We need him over this next week or so if we want to try and make a push.
So I'm watching the Rockies Cubs, and it's way off in the background. I can only kind of see the names, and I see a left-hander for the Rockies, and from a distance it looked like it said Schuster. And my first thought was, thank God we got rid of Schuster, but no, it's a Suter. I was like, thank God. We don't have to see that freaking disaster again.
Yeah, Friday it feels, man.
Let's go ahead and jump into the cool games because I really want to talk the NL wild card because it's really heating up, and then of course we got to get into the games of the night as well. Cool games. Well, I mean, let's get to rocking and rolling with it. Still haven't came up with a really good soundbite for cool games, which it's bad part on me, a little bit bad part on the fact that we're on YouTube. If we weren't on YouTube, I have a lot of ideas, but every damn song I think of would get banged. So
yeah.
So unless you want to volunteer to sing a song that I write and poorly play.
Let me get the vocals undusted.
Mommy made me mush my M&Ms. All right. Give me your first cool game. So we're doing 6 of them today, 3 and 3. Normally we do 1. But this is a big weekend for sports. So let me hit you. Let me get your first cool game. We'll go back and forth. I'm curious to see what your first cool game of the weekend is.
Yeah, my first cool game of the weekend, as you said, absolutely loaded schedule. This one is 7 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow night. And to me, it's flying under the radar a little bit. A battle of the undefeated ranked teams in the pack. You get Oregon State -3 points currently traveling to Washington State. I think this is going to be a really fun game. And I think both of these teams are ascending in the ranks, but it's kind of funny because it's the battle of the Pac-2, right? This is the last 2 teams remaining in the Pac conference.
To your point, bad job by the television folks, because you look at the late games on Saturday night, they're mismatches. Washington's hosting Cal, and Southern Cal's hosting Arizona State. I only have the top 25 pulled up right now, but those are mainly what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad job, man. That would have been a great game to put on 9-10 o'clock Eastern, Fox, ESPN, wherever you wanted to put it, right?
Yeah, right now it is on.
And the reason why I say that is you're going up against Iowa, Penn State at that time, Notre Dame, Ohio State. You know what I mean? So it's going to get lost in the fray. But I agree that that's a great matchup.
Yeah, as you said, a lot of competition at that time. And, Florida folks, they have Florida on. And even Arkansas, LSU is at the same time. So a lot of competition.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and hit you with my first cool game. The first cool game that I think, this one, we hit the ground running. Tomorrow, noon Eastern, I'm going to grab that low-hanging fruit. The Florida State Seminoles head to Clemson to try to end this losing streak. I think it's at 7 right now. I could be wrong by that, by a 1 either way, but I believe it's a 7-game losing streak to Clemson. They're in Clemson, South Carolina. Florida State is a slight favorite. It's essentially a pick 'em. It's funny that 90% of the bets are coming in on Florida State, but 60% of the money, meaning the sharp money, is going in on Clemson. So that's interesting to me, because normally when 90% of the bets go in, you see the number go in the opposite direction. So the sharp money believes that Clemson's going to get Florida State. So big game. This is not the end all, the beat all for Florida State. If you lose this game, you'll have an opportunity to right the ship. But if you win this game, it'll be a second feather in your hat. You'll have beaten LSU. You'll have beaten Clemson. So that is my first cool game. Florida State, Clemson. And what you got as your second cool game of the weekend?
A little bit of home cooking here. I'm going with a battle of the Big Ten. You get one from the East. You get one from the West. I'm going with Iowa. 24th ranked Iowa travels to 7th ranked Penn State in the country. This game's on CBS at 7:30. CBS going with the Big Ten in a big time slot. This is going to be a battle of the defenses, and if Penn State wants to step up this year, they need to start off on the right foot with their biggest game yet, a win over Iowa, because they still got Michigan and Ohio State looming. And at the same time, if Iowa wants any chance at the playoffs, they're in the weaker of the Big Ten conferences. Really, if they get past Penn State here, they got a clear path already to that championship game. So huge game between Iowa and Penn State early on in the Big Ten.
All right, my second cool game of the day, one that a lot of folks will be locked into. I don't believe it's going to be a close game, but I do think it's going to be a highly watched game. Oregon hosts Colorado. The Ducks are a 21-point favorite. Folks are still it's the new shiny toy, and everybody wants to see what Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes can do in Oregon. I believe we'll get more into this on tomorrow's show, but I believe you're going to get Oregon. They're going to beat them up front. They're going to beat them on the line. But still, you got a battle of unbeatens, Pac-12. Isn't it funny? The final year the Pac-12 exists is by far the best one they've had in decades.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever remember the Pac-12 being this relevant.
No.
Colorado 3:30. So the way I'm building that is that's a nice little. You start off with the appetizer, Florida State, Clemson. You get Colorado, Oregon at 3:30, and get you rolling into your Saturday evening. What is your third cool game of the day?
My third cool game of the day. Of course, I was looking around. Could have went NFL slate, but the cool game I would have chosen until Monday anyways would have been Bucks Eagles. So we'll talk about that Monday, I'm sure. I'm rolling with a tricky one here, but to me it's a fun one. It is a little tricky of a matchup. Ole Miss at Alabama. That'll be 3:30 Eastern time. Alabama already has one loss on the season, so pretty much if they lose, this is dang near an elimination game for Bama, and Ole Miss is off to a great start at 3-0. Alabama's going back to Milroe at quarterback. 15th ranked Ole Miss taking on 13th ranked Alabama. That's on CBS at 3:30.
So I'm going to pretty much you grabbed the game that if you didn't grab the one I'm about to say, you grabbed the one I was gonna say. So there were two what I think elite games left, and once again it's college football. To me, the NFL slate it hasn't gotten interesting yet. It will, but it hasn't gotten interesting yet. 7:30 tomorrow night, NBC, Ohio State, Notre Dame, the Buckeyes going into South Bend, a 3-point dog, number 6, number 9 in the country. Doesn't get much bigger than that. And the winner gets a huge feather in their cap, is going to leap into the top 5. The loser, as long as they don't lose by a ridiculous amount, will still have a shot at the playoffs. But they played, was it last year or the year before that they played in Columbus? I think it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
And no one expected it, but Ohio State fought them to the bitter end, and now. Sorry, Notre Dame fought Ohio State to the bitter end, and now Notre Dame has a much better quarterback.
Yeah, McGee, that just goes to show, I think it's going to be a great game tomorrow. You can't sleep on Notre Dame. A lot of people always do, but I think they'll play Ohio State tough. And B, that shows how great of a slate it is tomorrow, because we didn't even mention in our cool games UCLA, Utah. Arkansas, LSU, or Rutgers, Michigan, which are 3 very good games on the dock tomorrow as well.
Yeah, there are some big games. I mean, this is one that's under the radar, but people better keep an eye on it because they're prone to upsets. Oklahoma is at Cincinnati tomorrow at noon.
That's another good one.
At Cincinnati. Folks, better watch out for that one because that could very well. But it's like you said, Utah, UCLA, that's number 11, the first is 22. Both of them undefeated.
Yeah, and then I think Arkansas is going to give LSU a good game as well.
Yeah, some really good games out there. Man, they couldn't have picked 2 more boring games for Florida and Miami to be playing, could they? Miami's at Temple, Florida's hosting Charlotte, and Tennessee's hosting UTSA. UTSA, excuse me. In prior years, I would give UTSA a chance to upset Tennessee, but not this year. I don't think they've got what it takes up front. But Tennessee, 21-point favorite. It's one of those games you're going to keep an eye on it. You're going to be locked into it. You're going to keep an eye on it because Josh Heupel, man, he better be careful because he goes out and loses UTSA, and the sky is going to be falling in Knoxville.
Yeah, I agree with you. Heupel can't lose that game after losing a critical 1 to Florida last week. Real quick, I just want to give a shout out to my buddy, the outside linebackers coach at Florida International. They're going for 4 wins in a row tomorrow when they host Liberty. That's actually a big game for FIU for their standards. They host Liberty tomorrow. Shout out to Coach Anthony Gator, former Buccaneer.
How is Liberty doing this year after losing?
They're undefeated. They're 3-0 after losing Hugh Freeze, and Florida International's 3-1. So that game is actually more entertaining to me than the Miami and Florida game tomorrow.
What time is that game?
That game will be on 6:30 Eastern on CBS Sports Network.
What really, it's so hard for me to wrap my head around this. CBS has a night game tomorrow night, and it's not the SEC, it's the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Iowa, Penn State.
I think they rearranged. You know what else I noticed this year? I know it's talking down the road a little bit, but I was looking at Tuesday and Wednesday night college football. I noticed they flipped conferences for that. Remember how it used to be MACtion, the MAC? Now the MAC is nowhere to be found on Tuesday and Wednesdays, and I believe it's always going to be Conference USA this year.
When they did do the MACtion games, I haven't looked at the slate, but when they did do them, it was later in the year.
Mm-hmm.
And some of that had to do with ESPN's contracts with other leagues. But when they were doing it, it started in like mid to late October and carried through November. I don't know. I don't know if that's going on this year, but I would say if they're going to have them, expect them in the next month or so.
Mm-hmm.
But Conference USA, look, I've been saying for a long time, those smaller conferences, they need to jump on Wednesday nights and Friday nights.
Yeah.
I think Friday night's a better night to do it, but still Wednesday, okay, whatever. But especially once you get out of baseball season, once you get past October, and there's nothing to watch in the middle of the week, a good college football matchup will have the diehard sports fan watching.
Yeah.
You're not going to get the fan that's on the fray. They go, screw that. I'm going to, Netflix, here I come. Right. But the diehard sports fan they'll find a reason to watch. And we're going to be back in just a second to give you our locks and whatnot. And I want to talk about this. Stephen put it in the chat towards the beginning of this hour that it looks like that state of Florida could be bringing the long-awaited gambling to the table.
Mm.
We'll be back in a flash to talk about that and a lot more here on Braves Country.
Let's go.
Your feelings about going to Atlanta, no doubt it was your first preference.
Definitely. And Atlanta chose me, and I'm very pleased with that decision. I can't wait to get to town and get with them fans down there and pack them in there.
When Detroit took the other Sanders, I saw a big grin come across your face.
I was so happy. But I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would have asked for so much money that they had to put me on layaway.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1992, Hall of Fame pitcher Hal Newhouser was a scout for the Astros. In that year's draft, the Astros had the number 1 pick, and Newhouser was dead set on getting a certain prospect. But the Astros went against Newhouser, and he was so upset that he quit his job. The player the Astros decided not to pick was Derek Jeter.
Baseball is a red-blooded sport for red-blooded men. It's no pink tea, and mollycoddles had better stay out. It's a struggle for supremacy, a survival of the fittest. Ty Cobb liked sentimentality in his opponents because he had none himself. Baseball, he said, is something like a war.
Ty Cobb is one of the great natural forces of baseball. Testament to how far you can get simply through will. I don't think Ty Cobb had tremendous natural ability. I don't think he would be a great athlete today, but his intensity, his drive was unparalleled. Cobb was pursued by demons, and he took out all of his aggressions on the playing field. Everyone was his enemy.
Welcome back. Your dreams are your ticket out. Only Gen X and older will understand that. Happy Friday, y'all. Friday, baby. Let's go. All right, real quick before we get into our football picks and whatnot. And for those of y'all that are, man, come on, let's talk some football. Remember, Saturday mornings, 9:30 to noon, we do the Armchair Quarterback Kickoff Show. That is all we talk is football. We do a little old man radio at the very beginning of the 9:30. Doug and I get you caught up in the world of baseball, but after that, it's all football. So that's kind of the flavor of the day today. I just wanted to get into the National League wildcard standings real quick, and then we'll get back into the football. We've got a little over a week left in the season. It's getting down to the nitty gritty. Real quick, if you're wondering about the American League, we haven't forgotten about it, but they're going 3 wide into the turn, and only 2 are getting in. Toronto, Texas, and Seattle are separated by a half game. I guess in theory, if you want to put it like this, the Houston Astros, we'll say it's 4 wide with 3 slots. One of them is a division crown. You've got the Houston Astros leading the West. They are being chased by Texas and Seattle a half game out. Then if you go to the wild card standings, same situation. Toronto has the same record as Houston, and they are a half game in front of Texas and Seattle. Texas and Seattle is playing this weekend in Texas and next week in Seattle. I feel like they're going to knock each other out.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the Blue Jays may not spit the bit and have a terrible week of baseball, but it's laying in front of them to have a chance to walk away with this. Right?
I agree. Yeah.
National League. The senior circuit, the more important one. Right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Who gives a crap about the American League? Right? But what the Braves are still playing for is best record. They're trying to sew that up. But let's get into the National League standings, the National League wild card standings. The Phillies are going to get in. They won again last night. They beat the Mets. No shock there. They are now the number 1 seed in the National League's wild card, so the fourth seed overall. They are 3 games in front of Arizona and 5 games in front of Miami and Chicago, 5.5 in front of Cincinnati. San Francisco has got to have a very good weekend or they can start packing things up. I actually watched the San Francisco Dodger game last night. It was really good till about the 8th when they could not. San Francisco forgot how to play defense, but it was a really good game. I want to see San Francisco be competitive because I want them to care about beating the Dodgers because we're trying to win the National League best record. Once that gets sewn up, Giants fans, you're on your own. But the Giants have got to get red hot, and they are playing the Dodgers 3 this weekend and 3 next weekend. They better get cooking, is all I'm saying.
They need to.
But the main thing we're looking at is this. Arizona is 2 games in front of Miami and Chicago, 2.5 in front of Cincinnati. It's Marlins and Cubs are in a flat-footed tie, but the Cubs have a 6-0 lead in the bottom of the 8th. They should take a half-game lead going into this evening. This is going to be a wild weekend in the National League. So you got the Cubs hosting the Rockies, and they're doing what they should be doing, beating the Rockies. You got to beat the Rockies. You got to put your stamp on this going into the weekend. They dropped 2 of 3 to the Pirates. You hate to see that, but you basically just got to dust yourself off. Don't you feel like you almost need to sweep this weekend?
Yeah, we really need to, McGee. And the problem is with the Cubs, I mean, their schedule laid out rather nicely the past week or so, right? They traveled to Colorado. They had the Pirates at home. Now they get the Rockies at home. They just really haven't done a great job of taking advantage of that sort of schedule. And this is why it is called the game of baseball, because there's a lot of unpredictable things. And the Cubs have had an unpredictable season. They need to end strong. And like you said, most likely sweep this weekend if they want to at least feel good heading into Monday.
So the one thing that you are getting in your favor, Wednesday, it would have been Max Fried versus Hendricks in Atlanta. Now it's Hendricks versus question mark. They brought up Darius Vines, but that doesn't mean that he's necessarily going to start that game. He's most likely going to start that game, but that's only if they don't need to bring him out of the pen this weekend. So you're going to dodge Max Fried in that series. Steele versus Elder, advantage Cubs. Hendricks versus question mark, so you got to say advantage Cubs. Tyon versus Morton, assuming that Morton's going to pitch an actual game and not just give him like 3 innings and shut it down, then I would say advantage Morton, but not necessarily because of the fact that they could go, all right, you've thrown 50 pitches, let's get you out, let's put you in bubble wrap and get ready for the postseason. So keep that in mind. And the Wednesday game, the Hendricks, which would have been free, that's the game you're doing with us. So,
and that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, ought to be a high scoring game because I don't know who the Braves are going to sit out there, but it's not Max Fried. So, yeah.
And I'd much rather have Fried there in terms of announcing and baseball purposes, but the Cubs do catch a break there when. It's still not going to be an easy game, but you'd rather.
You're going to dodge Spencer Strider too, because Strider pitches on Sunday.
That's huge.
So, unless they manipulate the lineup, which I don't see why they would, that'll be so yeah. But then they go to Milwaukee. The good thing about the Milwaukee series that we didn't foresee a month ago when we first started talking about all this is that Milwaukee's going to have that division wrapped up.
Mm-hmm.
So no matter what we see as the probables right now, that's not going to be the Milwaukee pitching because they are not getting the first round bye. They've got to get ready to roll on that following Tuesday. They're not running. In other words, Corbin Burns is supposed to pitch Sunday, October 1st. That ain't happening. Mm-hmm. Corbin Burns is going to be waiting for whoever they play on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So, so I'm not going to say it's a bye, but you do get the foot off the gas playing Milwaukee.
Definitely.
Because they'll have that wrapped up probably this weekend. I want to say their magic number is either 2 or 3 going into the weekend. So,
Yeah, it ain't much, and they've really ran away with it. Remember not long ago, it was a 3-team race. You had the Reds, the Cubs, and Milwaukee, and now, well, it's just
Milwaukee's the only one that acted like they wanted to win the damn thing, right?
Exactly. Sad to see. I mean, the Cubs, they've had a lot of chances this year, and they really just haven't capitalized on them.
As far as the Reds go, it looks like that Arizona is going to find their way into the playoffs. It really does. They're going to have to fall off quite a bit for me to believe that they're not going to get in there. Because if you look at their schedule, Arizona real quick, and then we'll jump to the other teams, they are finishing up at the Yankees, who have given up, and Garrett Cole pitched last night. So they're not facing him. They're going to the White Sox. I mean, come on. And then they're going to host the Astros, who they're not going to put their best foot forward in that series. So Arizona catches a break. Well, Houston could go into that series needing to win. I keep thinking that they're going to have that wrapped up, but they really haven't put them away. So if you are a Cubs fan or a fan of anyone trying to get into the National League wild card, you're kind of pulling for the Astros to struggle this next week so that series against Arizona is extremely important to them. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's go to the next team on the docket, because this is going to be to me, one of the most interesting ones is the Miami Marlins, and then we'll do the Reds. The Marlins, you look at their schedule down the stretch, and they are this weekend, they're at home against Milwaukee. Now, they're going to get Milwaukee's best effort. They're trying to close the deal. Then they go to the Mets and Pirates. What? I mean, those might as well that might as well be homecoming games. So that's if you're a fan trying to catch one of these teams, man, this weekend you really need Milwaukee to thump. But it's in Miami.
Yeah, man, that's not. I mean, that's a far journey for a team that probably already has the division on lock.
And the team that I think a lot of folks that don't have a dog in the hunt are kind of pulling for just because of the Ellie De La Cruz and a lot of good young players, exciting young players of the Cincinnati Reds roster. They've got it lined up. Problem is they haven't been playing very good baseball. But they are at home against the Pirates this weekend. Then they've got a 2-game stint at Cleveland and then a 3-game series at St. Louis. So as far as the teams on the field, if you're handicapping this, I really like where the Reds are at. The problem is they really haven't. I mean, they just dropped they've dropped 3 of their last 4. They lost to the Mets. They won the first game of the Minnesota series, and then they lost the last 2.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the. I mean, we've been watching it for, it seems like forever now. It's almost been 2 months now since this wild card race in the NL really heated up with all of these teams, and mainly all of them have stayed in it. The only ones that slid out were San Diego and the Mets made it clear at the deadline they were doing just that. So interesting that after 162 games, it all could come down to 1 inning of baseball for one of these teams.
What is your lock of the day?
Lock of the day. We're going to the world of college football here in this one. I like this line for Virginia. I know they haven't been great, but they're at home getting 8.5 points from NC State. I think they battled tonight, and I think they're able to cover.
Excuse me. I'm going to that same game, and I'm taking the over in the NC State Virginia game. Virginia's defense has been pretty bad, and 47.5, even with the new rules, I think they can get there. What I like the most in this particular game is if you were to take the Wisconsin Purdue game tonight and you took the under, and you took the NC State game tonight and you took the over and you teased them both.
Mm.
You get it down to where you need 41.5 for NC State. You need 60.5 for Wisconsin Purdue. That's what I like the most.
Mm-hmm.
But we try not to go all teasers on you here. So that is my lock. As far as the world of sports tonight, what are you? Because the Cubs game is going to be over with. What are you locked in on tonight?
I am locked in on two things. One, I think for a late night game, Boise State, San Diego State's going to be a fun one, but that's my late night affair, as that's not till 9:30. My little bit preview of an appetizer, McGee, you alluded to it. As a Cubs fan, I am going to personally be locked into Brewers at Marlins, and on my backup TV, I'll have Blue Jays Rays, as that's a big game for the Rays as well.
Yeah, the Rays have locked up a wild card, but they still have a puncher's chance at the division. Which is if you win the division, you got the best record in the American League. So it really is wild, and we don't have time for that argument. But is it fair that they're going to have the second best record in the American League possibly, and have to play a 3-game series that could end it all?
It's like the old football card, or the old football
argument,
right? Yep. Not card.
I still lean on the fact that I like division winners to be rewarded. I really do. But I understand the argument. I just there's not a perfect answer to it in the way it's currently set up. But I still like division meaning something. Mm-hmm. Because if they knew they were going to get a bye, you would not be watching Rays Jays tonight, would you?
Nope, I would not be.
Who gives a damn?
Exactly.
We're going to get a bye one way or the other, right?
Yeah, so it wouldn't matter. Well, for me at least.
What is your walk-off, sir? We got a jam.
Enjoy a great weekend of sports. It's pretty much playoff baseball already. It's a great week of college football. And then cap it off with a Monday Night Football doubleheader.
My walk-off is we'll see you at 7:05 tonight. It's an early game, 7:05. The Braves Country Day pregame show is going to come your way at about 6 o'clock. The other thing is, I don't care what you got to do. Get the bubble wrap up, whatever you got to do. Get Max Fried to the damn playoffs and fly the W. The Cubs have got the win against Colorado. How about perfect timing? Perfect timing. We'll see you tomorrow morning, sir. And if I don't bring it up tomorrow, have a great time in Tampa Bay.
Thanks, brother. Looking forward to it.
It's Friday, working stiffs.
Everybody! 4, 3, 2, 1, happy weekend!
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we fire, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves Country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh,
Braves country.
come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped, "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans. Well, the season's finally here. The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just mastering an eating disorder.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
One out, nobody on. 2-2 count to Pete Rose. We've just started a wet day in Baltimore. There's a fly ball down the right field line. Tough chance. It's in for a base hit. Rose is coming for 2. It gets away from Robinson. Rose hit the dirt. And had he rounded the bag, he might have gone for 3. He thought it would be a play on him at second.
Cincinnati's Charlie Hustle, Pete Rose, and this is the way Rose plays the game. Just 150% each and every time, whether the ball is there or not.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country.
You're in Braves Country.
Real quick, I would like to mention the fact of how much fun we have had here on Braves Country on WQEE. It's a little less than a year, but we came to WQEE on Black Friday. Black Friday was our first game, our first show, excuse me. And really have enjoyed working with Ryan and the entire WQEE family. So I just want to mention that because I don't think I talk about it enough. And, all the guys, we just really enjoy being a part of this. And we do believe that, this is something that we're building here that I know I get the responses on YouTube. I don't get them as much, if your folks are driving down the road, but I do believe that most people are enjoying it. And the ones that get into the chat, they really enjoy, probably more than anything else, they enjoy hanging out and talking with each other. But want to give a thanks to, Ryan for reaching out to our show to come get us a little less than a year last year. And I do want to thank all the listeners on radio that we never get a chance to see or talk to. But we are going to start opening up the phone lines, and hopefully folks will call in. And for those in the chat that are always chatting away and saying hi, hopefully some of y'all will start doing that as well. What we are planning on doing with the phone lines is we tried opening them up the other day, and it was no one seemed interested, but I also realized at the time that I did, I was like, you have to open it up for about 20 minutes, and we did it in the middle of the day was it a Wednesday? So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have a phone line after show, a post-game show, and we're going to open up phone lines during the postseason for Braves Country, and anybody that wants to, to call in, you can do so. And I think we'll have a lot of fun with this, even on losses. And we'll read the temperature of the room. Someone wants to, if we're getting phone calls, we'll stay on. If we're not, then we'll shut her down. But we want y'all to have a voice, and just remember, family friendly. All right, let's go ahead and get into the lines for this coming weekend. I figure what we'll do is we'll start with some college football lines real quick. I'm going to hit some of the ones off the beaten path because I think you've probably been talked to death about some of the bigger ones. Everybody's pretty aware of the fact that the Florida State Clemson line is about a field goal. Clemson, it's starting to lean more and more Clemson if you pay attention to the money line. The line itself, 2.5 hasn't moved much. It will. You're going to see it move in one direction or the other. So if you like it, whoever you like, you might want to jump on it, because I don't really have a strong feeling one way or the other about which way this line will go. But if you like Florida State and they're minus 135 right now on the money line, you might want to grab it because some heavy money might come in on Florida State. Conversely, it would not shock me if people say, you know what, Clemson, that's the brand. What are we talking about? Why is Clemson not getting more love? They're at home. They're getting 2.5. Give me Clemson in the points in my pocket. So that'll be really interesting to me on how that moves. And of course, the other big one that everyone's paying attention to that day, I can't call this big, but if you listen to the 4-letter network, they bloviate on and on and on and on and on about Deion Sanders. I mean, look, as a Florida State fan, I'm sick and damn tired of hearing about Deion Sanders. And I never thought I'd say that. I see what it is. It's a traveling medicine show. If people don't understand what they're doing, what Disney's doing, what all of them are doing, then you really don't get the big picture. But Colorado is a 21-point favorite. I don't think that's enough points. I'm not touching it. I hate giving up a bunch of points. And that's probably why I've never been, as successful in college football as I probably should be. I'm much more successful in the college football over-unders in the NFL over the years, if I'm being honest. But what I do like to do with college football, I'm pretty successful with it, is I do a lot of teasers. But I hate giving up the big numbers, but it doesn't seem like 21 points. What I've seen of Colorado, they're not that good. And if Oregon is nearly as good as everyone believes, as I believe they are, I mean, they should beat Colorado unless there's like a back end score of it. They should beat them by 4 touchdowns because I think they're easily a touchdown better than Colorado per quarter. The other big one of the night, and then we're going to get into some deeper dives. The other big one of the day, you go to South Bend, and this one, much like the Florida State one, Florida State Clemson, although it's a different angle of it. Ohio State is a 3-point favorite. Notre Dame is a 3-point underdog. Notre Dame is at home. I'm really liking the Irish. And I'm probably, if I'm being honest, I'm probably going to end up doing some version of a teaser where I grab Florida State and I grab Notre Dame and let's go. You're trying to tell me that Ohio State's going to beat Notre Dame by 2 scores? I don't think so. And I do not believe that was the Florida State team right there last week. I think you got a team that, it's been widely known that they came into that game. They had a bit of a flu bug or something. But anyways, the point is FSU came into that game. They got a 3-touchdown lead. I watched that game. It was right before the Braves broadcast. I was watching much of it. And they got a 3-touchdown lead, and they took the foot off the gas. And it was a team that was under the weather. And let's be honest, this is what happened. They did not put their best foot forward at the end. They overlooked it. They said, we got Clemson next week. Let's go. Strange thing for me with Clemson, and the one reason why I would kind of, hesitate, the one thing that I will put to you when it comes to college football, recruiting is real, and Clemson has been top 5 recruiting for the last several years. But Florida State has been very aggressive in the transfer portal. All right. So, okay, we like that. Let's go. The other thing would be Clemson is not ranked, and that is odd. Clemson is not ranked, and that is very, very odd. I understand that they lost to Duke. Duke is a pretty darn good football team. And people are going to find that out as they go along. But Clemson is preseason ranked top 10. I know they haven't played anybody worth a hoot since then. But for them not to be ranked, that could be something that sticks in their craw, and they say, we're going to show people. But anyway, I look at it, Florida State and Notre Dame, to me, on a teaser is the way to go. I'm not touching the Georgia game as we do a little deeper dive on some of these others. I'm not doing the Georgia game. I don't like it. 42 points. UAB has had some athletes come in and out of that place. Georgia traditionally does not run the score up because the offense does not play to that. They're going to ground and pound you. They're going to methodically beat you to death, and they could win 35-0, and everyone feels hunky-dory about it. So I'm not touching that game. The only way I would touch that game is some big tease where you get like a 13-point teaser and you're getting Georgia down around 29. Okay, fine. You can get me on board. But realistically, and the over-under is 55. To me, that sounds high because if I don't think Georgia's going to pour on the gas, I damn sure don't think UAB is going to score many points, if any, against Georgia. If they do, it'll be some slop score either at the beginning or the end, and Georgia's going to tighten it up. Now, we do have some games tonight, and there's 2 that really jump out at me. You got the Purdue-Wisconsin game. Purdue is getting 5.5 at home. And you've got NC State at Virginia. NC State is giving up 8.5. I'm not necessarily running to the window on this, but I will say this. Virginia's defense is pretty bad. So I like the over. Wisconsin, to me, should be able to fight their way through Purdue. But what's more kind of sticks out to me than anything else, their over-under is 54. And I feel like that's a very high-scoring over-under for anything that involves Wisconsin, because normally they play very close to the vest. And I know that you can make the argument that this isn't the same Wisconsin team, and I get that. 54 seems high. So what I like the most in that for today's games would be to tease the over in the NC State game to get it down to what, if you did a 6-point tease, you're talking about getting it down to 41.5, and to tease the under in the Wisconsin game, meaning get it under 60. And when I look at these games and I look at some of the teams that are out there, especially a game that's going to be played tonight, I believe that with Wisconsin, and look, Purdue's not a good team this year. They lost their coach. He went to Louisville. We get all that. But this is what Wisconsin did against Buffalo and Georgia State. Georgia Southern. They scored 38 and 35 respectively. They gave up 14 and 17. They did not get to the 54 mark. And then when I look at Purdue, and by the way, they're 1-2 on the year. They lost to Fresno. They lost to Syracuse. They beat Virginia Tech in a slobber knocker. I don't believe that Wisconsin is going to let them have the ball very many times. And something that we talked about this earlier in the year, but you're going to be able to find some unders to hammer early in the season because the books will have not caught up with the fact, because they're going off of last year's numbers, that the college football clock rules have changed to make the game just a little shorter. So that's what I like for tonight. As far as tomorrow, there's some interesting games. I'm going to grab one per time slot. So let's go to the early kickoff. We obviously already talked about Florida State and Clemson. But let's go with the early kickoff. There's a couple that'll grab your attention. There's Auburn at Texas A&M. There's Oklahoma at Cincinnati. Rutgers is at Michigan. SMU is at TCU. By the way, did you see SMU's raised all that money? What was it? $100 million in like a week? Oh, SMU's coming, baby. Just get ready. They're heading to the ACC. SMU is coming. They are going to be blowing down the door. I don't know if Florida State and Clemson, North Carolina are still going to be there. That's just going to make it easier. SMU is going to be back on the rise. This NIL stuff, this is what they were looking for back in the 80s when the Pony Express came off the rails. They said, you can't pay players. Well, guess what? You can now. But as far as a game that I like, as far as the points on that early part of the game, I feel like the Rutgers Michigan game, Michigan's not scoring a lot of points. 24 points is a big, big number. So if you're looking for something to kind of tease, what I really love is let's say you're going to tease Rutgers and Kentucky. You get Kentucky down to just a touchdown favorite in Nashville. They should roll Vanderbilt. And you get Rutgers getting 30. Michigan is just like Georgia in the fact that they live on defense. They're very methodical, and they're not going to run the score. They're not going to open it up. We're going to hit the 3:30 window. Coming up here on the top of the hour, Tones is coming out of the bullpen, and we're going to be talking some more lines. We're going to be talking cool games, etc. But 3:30, Ole Miss, Alabama, Mississippi's getting 6.5 points. I really like Ole Miss in that game. Give me those points. But if you're looking, okay, so do I do that? And I was playing around with this a second ago on one of the books. I was like, okay, if I go ahead and I buy a point to get it to 7.5, which is what I would prefer to do, it goes to -130. I don't hate that at all. But if you want to get just a little more, you could tease that game and then tease. I'd probably go with the under in the Colorado-Oregon game. 70. Colorado's not scoring a ton of points on Oregon. And Oregon is eventually going to take the foot off the gas. 70? So if I take the under on a tease, you're talking about 76? Come on. That's a lot of points to be scored in a small amount of time. Once again, last year I'd probably stay away from it. This year, clock moving just a little faster. I like that one a lot. The later window, not the late window, because the late window, that would be insinuating like the 10:30 window. I don't love a lot of games there. It's pretty much a junk at the end of the day. That's pretty much people chasing down bets. North Carolina 7.5 point favorite, 8 p.m. Eastern. I like North Carolina on a tease, and you tease that. Let's say you didn't do Notre Dame earlier. I would tease that with Notre Dame. Give me a 7-point teaser. You get 10 points of Notre Dame, and all North Carolina has to do is win. If you've already touched the Notre Dame game, you want something else. The other one that I really like, man, South Carolina should beat Mississippi State at home. They're only a 6-point favorite. So if you tease that, you're really just trying to get North Carolina a W, South Carolina a W. And I think that both happens. Pittsburgh looked terrible. I watched that Pittsburgh-West Virginia game. That was awful. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, the bullpen doors will be opening up, and Tones is on the way. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Country Today. Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
You're in Braves Country.
TGI Friday, Braves Country. How about it? Braves are looking forward to a good weekend, hopefully. Hopefully we can keep things rolling. As your Atlanta Braves will send Charlie Morton to the mound. And more on that in a second. But last night, Ozzie Albies, have yourself a night. I mean, we're talking about a night where Ozzie Albies, he went on a 4-for-6 home run, 4 RBI, 2 runs, and a stolen base. And so, though I know that we have spent all season, everybody has in Braves country, whether it's the national media, whether it's the local Braves media, whether it's the local Atlanta media. I know that we have gone out of our way to talk about how dominant Acuna is and how dominant Olsen's season has been. By the way, he hit number 53 last night. But Ozzie Albies, you consider the position that he plays and where he is in the pecking order. You know, I don't think a lot of people realize how damn good he is. Folks that are outside of Braves country. You start talking about the best second baseman in baseball, his name rarely comes up, and it's really ridiculous. Some of that may have to do with his short stature, but then explain Altuve. Some of it may have to do with some of the injuries that he's had, so it's kind of kept him, you know, from really hitting some milestones already. But, man, I'll tell you what, when Ozzie's clicking, it is a fun thing to watch. And if we can get Ozzie Albies clicking, heading towards October, Max Fried clicking, heading towards October like he did last night, Spencer Strider clicking like he did the other night against Philadelphia, and Acuna doing his thing, and Riley and Olsen. And I'm not even going to go into all the other guys. Ozuna's having a year. Our catcher position is having a year. Combined, Darnode and Murphy over 30 home runs. There's not really what you could consider an actual hole in our lineup when we're healthy. Not a real hole. You can say that some guys are better than others, sure. But a hole, when you talk about a hole in lineup, you're talking about a guy who is a slap hitter or a guy who's got way too many strikeouts and a low batting average. We don't really have that. And it's fun to watch, and hopefully it'll all get clicking. The thing about bringing home a championship, and people lose their mind on social media, I know that, but they will lose their mind and overreact to everything. But the simple fact of the matter is, when you go into the postseason, everything has got to be clicking, and baseball is the hardest sport to play, bar none. Everybody knows that. It's the hardest sport to stay consistent. It's not basketball. The great basketball players go out there and score their 30 pretty regularly. It's not football. The great quarterbacks go out there and they perform very well, very regularly. You get guys in slumps. You get pitchers in slumps. You get hitters in slumps. And so to get them all clicking, we saw what it was like in 2021. That was a magical ride. This one feels different because this team is much better, top to bottom. But make no mistake about it, that energy, that gel that we had at the end of the 2021 season, I'll say August through October, that electricity that we had, that's hard to recreate, and we hope we're starting to hit on all cylinders. The only problem that we have, per se, is that no matter how well we play down the stretch these last 10 days, then we're going to take 6 days off. Or actually, technically 5 days off, but then we'll play the 6th day. And that's going to be the hardest part. And how they try, and I'm sure they have been, man, you know, they have been spitballing this probably since April or May when the Braves got off to such a hot start, right? I would tend to think that that's when the wheels started turning in the front office, and they start saying, all right, here's the thing. What if we do have the best record in baseball? Or what if we do end up winning the division and getting the bye? That's the big thing. How do we keep these guys sharp? And that's going to be the most difficult thing. Now, remember last year was a little different because we played on, I believe, the last day of the season was Wednesday. It was technically Tuesday because we clinched on that Tuesday. You let the air out of the balloon. Nobody really played that much on Wednesday. A few guys got in and got a couple of innings and then got out of the game. But for all intents and purposes, they went through the motions on that Wednesday. So Tuesday was their last day. The Phillies-Cardinals series started on that Friday. They had them play all the way through that Sunday, and then they gave them another day. We took 6 days off. It was realistically, so it's pretty similar, but I think they're going to go through a different approach. So you just hope you can get these guys going again. And that's the most unfair part of the entire thing. We've talked about this before, but the way they've set up these playoffs, I know they've done it for television. I get it, but it's not fair to the better teams because the better teams have gone out, and the better teams they're going to pay the price. Having, I guarantee you, that first round, you're going to see one of the top seeds play like crap at the very beginning. It may not stay that entire. They might wake up and let's go and knock them out the park. But whoever it is, whether it's Baltimore, the Dodgers, the Braves, and whoever ends up as that last seed over in the American League, 'cause that's still up for grabs. But whoever the hell it is, you're looking at a hot mess when you get back on that field a few days later, or actually several days later. If it was a few days later, you'd love it. And remember something else too that they're doing. They're taking days off in the middle of the series that you normally don't take off. So in other words, they haven't made the final decision on it, but essentially game one will be busted up by a day off to start the other league. And so that's going to be a mess. And I believe how it plays out this year is that the National League will end up playing on that Saturday, having Sunday off, and then play again on that Monday. American League will go Monday, Tuesday, because last year it was the exact opposite. So last year it was the exact opposite. So I guess the advantage that Atlanta will get in this scenario, if you think about how they could lay this out, let's say, and you can go either way. I could be talked into the argument. To me, it ought to be Max Fried getting the ball in game one. He is our ace. He's been most consistent. Even coming in and out of the injuries, Max Fried has been a stud. Strider has been very, very good against the Phillies. But have they seen him too much? That's my only concern. But it comes down to the philosophy. Do you want to put your best foot forward with Max Fried, or do you want Max Fried in game two to make game one feel like, oh, hell, what are we going to do? And the way it will probably set up, let's say we're playing Philly for argument's sake. Zach Wheeler will pitch in game one on Tuesday. Unless they put him on very short rest, he would pitch then again on game two in the NLDS. And I would think that's how they're going to do it. The last thing you want to do if you're Philadelphia. I mean, you pitch him on short rest, then what the hell happens? He goes out there and pitches terribly, or he can't pitch very long. You lose that game. Next thing you know, you don't have him to take care of business in game. So that would be my concern. The reason why I would like to see Max Fried go game one and then Strider game two is I want Strider head-to-head with Wheeler. Now, I could be talked into the idea that you want Max Fried in that second game because what if you lose game one, then he's your stopper. Okay, I get that. But he's been so good against the Phillies. Strider going game two. That would be ideal. And anyway, you look at it, they're going to have to do some bullpen work, some simulated games on the week that we're off, because if not, like, these guys are going to get rusty. So there's going to be some of that, but nothing can simulate a real game like experience. So anyways, with that scenario, what I was originally getting at, you have the Atlanta Braves would send, we'll just say Max Fried in game 1, Spencer Strider in game 2 against Wheeler. Then they'll be off again, right, on that Tuesday, and they'll pitch again on Wednesday, and that would probably be Charlie Morton at this point. In that scenario, game 4 would be on regular rest. Regardless, you only need 3 starters in that first series if it plays out that way. Because you would go Max Fried on Saturday, off on Sunday, Strider on Monday, off on Tuesday because you have to travel to go to Philadelphia. Wednesday is Charlie Morton. Thursday would be on regular rest with Max Fried. And then if there was a game 5, Saturday on regular rest with Spencer Strider. If you play it that way and you just say, hey, we're not going to worry about running 4 starters. Now, I would still like to have that 4th starter to have him, if you feel good about a Kyle Wright coming out of the bullpen, if need be, I would be in favor of that, because what if one of our guys goes out and spits the bit and doesn't have a good game and you've got to bring him in to go extra long innings, and you don't want to burn Tonkin, because if you burn Tonkin, that means you can't use him for a couple of days, all that stuff, right? So I think they'll probably carry a 4th starter, but in theory, the team with the home field advantage in the National League this year, in the first round, or sorry, not the first round, the NLDS, as opposed to the first round that the Braves will be in. You don't need a 4th starter, but we'll see how they play that out. I believe that's how they would do it. I think right now you're looking at Max, Strider, Charlie, or Strider, Max, Charlie, either way. And then the 4th guy, I look, the way they've been pitching, give me Kyle Wright. He's got the experience of coming out of the pen. He did it in the 21 playoffs. Give me that. Don't give me Elder, who is either on and is phenomenal, or he can't hit the broadside of a barn and he's walking 5 guys in 3 innings. And you don't have time for that nonsense. You really don't. So the way I look at it is the Atlanta Braves have a lot of things that they can do there, which means if you do carry just 3 starters, you can have a really deep bullpen, because you're still carrying 26 in the playoffs, and you can still have 13 pitchers, which means that's a 10-man bullpen. That's a huge advantage. And we didn't have that advantage last year, and I remember being, pretty ticked off about it. I still don't think that they do it right, but whatever. Anyways, we got to get this team rolling. It was a good start last night, a 10-3 win for those of y'all that may have missed it. There was one comment towards the end that I said I would address and give you a heads up on. So one of the comments was whether or not Jackson Stevens would be on the playoff roster unless they pull some voodoo, and they could, but unless they pull some voodoo and decide to put someone on the IL last minute, he's not eligible, because you have to have been on the roster, the active roster, before September 1st, or by September 1st. And so he did not come up until after that date. And so with that being said, Jackson Stevens, there is a way to maneuver around that. I just don't know if he's pitched well enough for them to, because what you could do, in theory, it can be disingenuous, but you know what? You do you figure out a way to get it in there. Hey, I thought it was honest bull crap of what they did with last year with the Mets. A lot of people don't remember this, but the Mets last year, right before the playoffs started, they brought up Francisco Alvarez, and they were looking at him being like an extra shot in the arm. This was like 2 weeks to play in the season, and Francisco Alvarez came in, and they allowed him on the playoff roster, and there is an appeal that you can make, et cetera, et cetera. But if that doesn't work, then what you could do, let's say, for instance, if you really wanted Jackson Stevens on the roster, what you could do in theory, a guy like Colin McHugh, you could put him on the playoff roster, then put him on the IL at some point. You don't even have to do it game one. You can wait. Put him on the IL, and then bring Jackson Stevens on because of injury. You can do that. But legitimately, he's not supposed to be available because he was not on the roster. His first appearance this year was September 11th. So there you have that. So in theory, you could do it, but if you did it, you would have to do some roster manipulation. You might have to DFA a guy, but it's the end of the season. And if it's a guy you didn't look at seeing, you didn't view being worth your playoff roster to begin with, you may not care. But I don't believe he'll be on the playoff roster, mainly because he was shaky last night. And the last thing you want is any situation going into the postseason where you're not quite sure if you can trust this guy. That's just not something that I would be subscribing to. And as we get closer to the final days, guys like Nick Anderson are supposed to be back. And really come down to how many reps we can get him a combined as he started his rehab assignment. Colin McHugh did as well, but I have not seen anything with Colin McHugh. It's not... The thing with McHugh that I'm against on bringing is that he doesn't have high leverage stuff anymore. And he went to this damn sweeper. He's gotten away from his slider. He went cutter sweeper. And I'm sorry, but these batters are picking up on it. They're basically sitting there on that sweeper, and he's throwing it a lot, and it floats in there, and they're pounding it. So we'll probably go over the possible rotation and the bullpen. It's probably something I'm going to do late next week. I'm really waiting to see is who actually comes back up, who doesn't have any bumps and bruises. But when you talk about being able to add Nick Anderson to the mix, you're talking about being able to have an AJ Smith-Shawver if need be. I mean, and they could, in theory, have a 10-man bullpen and just run with the three starters. I would prefer a 9-man bullpen with Kyle Wright with that asterisk on Kyle Wright, basically meaning if in a pinch we can send him out there, but we hope we don't have to use him, and he's our game one starter of the NLCS. That would be the perfect scenario. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. If the Atlanta Braves get through the NLDS, the Atlanta Braves are going to the World Series, and I think winning it. They are a team that is damn near impossible to beat in a 7-game series. But a 5-game series, all you have to do is catch a really hot team, and you be a little cold because of your layoff. I don't think that's happening this year, but that's my biggest concern. That's my biggest stress, and I'm sure it's a lot in the Braves brass, and behind closed doors they're not going to say anything, but I guarantee it keeps them up at night because they remember how good that Atlanta Braves team was last year. Much better than the Philly team that knocked them out. much better than the San Diego team that Philly knocked out. And I think they were just as good, if not better, than the Houston Astros team that won the World Series. But they had a bad week, a bad 5 days, and it was all over. It's a gut punch. This year, I think they're motivated. I think these guys are ready to rock. And even the ones that weren't in that locker room, I guarantee you they have heard it all damn year. You think Joe Jimenez hasn't heard this stuff all in the locker room from all the guys? There's no way he hasn't. I don't know why I picked out Joe, but I'm just top of my head, a guy that came over in the trade from Detroit. There's no way he hasn't. Even the guys who are much newer, Pierce Johnson, you know they've heard this stuff. And so we're going to get a run to the postseason. I just honestly can't wait. I mean, these days can't get here fast enough. You know, I'm going to be watching the game on Saturday, but I'm going to be more locked into the college football. To be honest, I will have the game on, but it's going to be going on the same time as a lot of college football stuff that I'm doing. And same thing on the NFL Sunday. I got to do some stuff on the NFL side of things, some radio stuff, some non-YouTube stuff. But the thing is, I'll be keeping an eye, and I want them to play well. And I want them rolling like they did last night. But, man, October can't get here fast enough. September's in the damn way. It just is. There's a lot of bad football being played in the NFL right now. I think the NFL will get it cleaned up by October. But right now, there's some boring games. There's some sloppy games. Baseball is hitting full cylinders, and I'm just ready for it to roll. I know it's traditionally being played. The championship has always been traditionally in October, and I don't want to change it. But it would be nice if they had years and years and years ago made September the championship month for baseball, because it would have been perfect. It would have cooled down a little bit everywhere, but you also wouldn't get cold temperatures like you get in the Northeast sometimes. And it would have made it perfect. But, you know, we all grew up on October baseball, Choptober, right? So that's not changing. But, man, if you could turn back time, you'd say, hey, man, y'all ain't going to believe this right now, but there's going to be a sport that folks are going to be as equally into, if not more, depending on where you grew up at, that's going to be playing, it's getting in the meat of their schedule just as you're trying to play the championship. You ought to play in September. You know, college football is pretty dull in September on most weekends. You think about that. College football can be very dull because there are some bad matchups. I mean, that's the only thing you can explain why we're sitting around watching Colorado and Colorado State at 10 o'clock at night on a Saturday, because there wasn't anything else on. That's how bad the matchups were. I was going to give two craps about Colorado Buffalo football in about 3 weeks. They're going to be like, what? Oh, yeah. They already got 2-3 losses? Yeah, okay, well, that was a cute story. Remember that one time? So I know that got me totally sidetracked, but I'm ready for October baseball. All right, let's real quick jump into tonight's game. Atlanta trying to dwindle those magic numbers down again. We'll go over that at first pitch. Get everyone up to date on magic numbers and all that stuff. But and as well as the lineups. But what I'm looking at tonight, first of all, I believe we faced their best pitcher last night. And you see how I'm just going to put this out here. The Atlanta Braves need to play in Washington once every 2 to 3 weeks, even if it's one game. I'm putting that into legislation if I ever get voted in. Because our bats wake up when we go to Washington. Even when Washington was really good, we hit the ball well in that stadium. I would love for the Braves to play one game every 2 weeks in Washington, all the way down the stretch. I'm telling you, we wouldn't go into slumps. But we know that's not going to happen, so let's get into tonight's game. So, tonight, 7:05 first pitch. We will have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play right here on YouTube. Find us today, Braves Country HD. It's youtube.com/@Braves Country. And I do want to thank everyone for hitting the subscribe button. We're up to around 17,500, which is nice. I hope we can get closer to 20 by the end of October. That was our goal. We're crawling towards that. I think we can get there. It's just all you got to do is press the button. If nothing happens, I promise you nothing's going to happen. And you help us out to keep us relevant when people go to search what they're searching for in Braves. And you'll get more Braves fans in here. You get more Braves fans. You don't know who you might attract in here that is a Braves fan that you're going to have a good time shooting the bull with. So if you can share it wherever you want to share it, get other people that you know that are Braves fans. Say, hey man, it's a fun time, because not everybody's coming here for my play-by-play. I know that people enjoy. I think we've got a great group of folks, and the Philadelphia people that stopped in this week, they said the same thing about how nice everybody was to them, and how it just felt like a big family, and that means more to me than anything, because I do believe that we're building Braves Country the right way, meaning keeping it family friendly, but having a good time. I don't want to be policing everybody, right? I don't want anyone being policed. I've got a couple of admins, some you can see, some you can't. But, all in all, we just want everyone to have a good time and just, have that family, that family friendly, but also the Braves Country feels like a family to us. I may be wrong on that, but that's the feeling that we all get. And so, smash that like, but also please subscribe, and please, get others to subscribe, share it, whatever. Put it in the chat every once in a while. Say, hey man, hit that subscribe button. I think some people are under the impression subscribe means it's a paid subscription. You're just smashing the button. That's all you're doing. All that does is it then when we go live and whatnot, and you're on the app or if you're on the television app of it, whatever, however you consume it, there's a section on the side that will show you then that, hey, by the way, you subscribe to this channel, and by the way, they are live, or something's new in there. You might want to check it out. You don't have to check it out, but it gives you a heads up. But back to tonight's game. Charlie Morton on the bump, 14-12 with a 3.66 ERA. We've gone over Patrick Corbin a million times. He's a left-hander. The Braves hit him. He's a left-hander that the Braves hit. The Braves hit left-handers. They're the top OPS plus in baseball against left-handed pitching for the year. You take that onto the fact that when they face Patrick Corbin over the last several years, they have absolutely raked. Now, you can't really go by this year because, okay, we saw him on what was the date of it? It was opening day. He went 3 innings, and that was the very beginning of the season. And so with that being said, there was nothing that you can take away from that. At the very beginning of the season, we did score 2 earned runs. We scored 4 total. He gave up 7 hits, and that's really all you really need to know. But remember, we haven't seen Washington much since. We're facing them 7 times in the last 10 days. So that was the last time we saw Corbin. But the numbers speak for themselves. The Braves should go out there and bang today. He has an even 5 ERA. He's 10-13, but you can't go by that number. You know you can't go by that number. That number means nothing in today's baseball, the win-loss record. Because guys don't go the full 9 innings, so what are we talking about here? But his whip, 1.47. I talk about it all the time, that if your whip is above 1.2, you can live with it, but you really want it south of 1.35. Once you even start getting close to that 1.35, it's pretty dangerous. You're really looking for a pitcher that is around the 1.2 or less. The outstanding pitchers are much lower than that. Patrick Corbin's whip is 1.47. What that means is that he averages per inning a base runner and a half legit, meaning they got on there either by a base hit or a walk, an inning. And that's all you need to know. That means that a guy's going to go out there and just get slung around. Here's the funny thing about this guy. We talked about this much earlier in the year, but here's the funny thing about this guy. Last August, or late July, early August, whenever the trade deadline was, came out after the offseason, the Atlanta Braves offered Marcell Ozuna for Patrick Corbin because the Braves were starting to believe that he was not going to turn it around. And Patrick Corbin is in a terrible, terrible contract. He still has a few years left on this, where he's getting paid like $30 million a year. I mean, it's an awful contract. And Washington turned it down. Now, that's a bad job by the Washington front office. I don't care what they say. To get Corbin's money off the books, I'd have done it in a New York minute. But Washington turned it down, and now Atlanta looks like this genius for holding on to Ozuna. They were fortunate that Washington didn't pull the trigger. This all came about. What they were planning on doing is using Corbin in the bullpen. This all came about of the same time period of right around the time that we pulled the trade to get Iglesias. So think about that. And I would have come unglued because I've been talking about Corbin's contract since a year after he signed it, how it's the worst in baseball. Now I'm incorrect now because the worst contract in baseball now is Steven Strasburg because he hasn't pitched in a couple of years now and they still owe a boat ton of money to him. But anyways, pick to click tonight. The lefty on the mound. You got to go righty. Hey, you know what? We're just talking about him. Give me the right-handed bat of Marcell Ozuna. And I'll take the Braves in another blowout. You know, I had them 8-2 last night. They won 10-3. I don't think this one's going to be competitive. If you're looking at betting the game, I would take the run line. Give me the Atlanta Braves to win this one. I mean, they always pound Corbin. I'm doing the game. Let's have some fun. I'm going with the Dirty Dozen. Give me 13. And Charlie Morton goes out there and pitches pretty darn well. I don't think they'll pitch him very deep. But give me 13 to, you know what? It's a football weekend. I'll give you a football score. 13-3. Give me 13-3. That's off of the 10-3 win. So give me 13-3. They'll probably get a couple of late runs when we put the back end of the bullpen in there. 13-3. All right. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, Church of Baseball, national anthem, lineups, all that good stuff on a TGI Friday in your nation's capital. Let's get it.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Braves. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
you're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's great bell was bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Nationals Park in your nation's capital, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr., 39 home runs, 100 RBI, 68 stolen bases, batting .335. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second. 32 home runs, 103 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting 274. Austin Riley batting third, playing third. 36 home runs, 92 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting 279. Matt Olson batting cleanup, 53 home runs, 132 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting 279. And Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, 35 home runs, 87 RBI, a 269 average. Orlando Arcia playing shortstop with 17 home runs, 61 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting 268. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. 18 home runs, 54 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting 294. Sean Murphy catching, batting 8th, 20 home runs, 67 RBI, batting 260. Kevin Pillar is in left field and batting 9th, 7 home runs, 27 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting 229. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, Charlie Morton, who is 14-12 with a 3.66 ERA, a 1.42 whip, 162 and a third innings pitch, 182 strikeouts, 150 hits allowed, 81 walks, 14 home runs given up. Patrick Corbin, who's 10-13 on the year, will be going head-to-head with Uncle Charlie. He's got a 5 ERA, a whip of 1.47, 171 innings pitched, 199 hits allowed, just 121 strikeouts versus 52 walks, and 30 home runs given up. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, it'll be Ramon DeJesus. Your first base umpire is Emil Jimenez. Jacob Metz is manning the second base bag, and down the third base line, it's Alfonso Marquez. Atlanta Braves come in 98-55 on the year, 50-28 on the road. Washington, 68-86, 33-45 at home. Game time temperatures are expected in the mid-70s. Atlanta is minus 267 on the money line. The over-under is 9. This is game 2 of a 4-game set. Atlanta won the first game 10-3. Well, it's about that time. Try to be a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Nationals in your nation's capital. Get your game face on, Braves country. Good evening, Braves country. You are listening live, and we are here in Washington, D.C., as the Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Washington Nationals. It is baseball time in Braves country. We're going to take a really quick break. When we come back, first pitch is on the way.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked in.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is...
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Welcome in, Braves country. Howdy to Bellfire. AY. Juan, Chris, Rebel, Larry. Good evening to everybody. If we haven't gotten you yet, hit us up on the chat as we are going on a couple of different outlets today. So the best one is to jump on our YouTube, Braves Country HD. We are just about set. It is baseball time in Braves Country, and the first pitch on the way is an off-speed pitch. Look like the slider on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Get the screen set up. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Ronald Acuna Jr. Your Atlanta Braves are wearing their road blues with the gray pants. Washington wearing their gray City Connects, one of the better City Connects in baseball. As the 0-2 pitch is in the dirt, Acuna takes it all the way. It's 1-2. Braves with the blue jerseys, Atlanta across the chest, the tomahawk underneath, the 1-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, 93 miles an hour. It's 1-2. Braves nothing, Nationals nothing. Top of the first inning. Patrick Corbin, the lefty, kicks and deals and pitches high. Ball 3. So a full count to Ronald Acuna Jr. to start the game here. Patrick Corbin kicks and delivers. The ball is swung on, and that ball is rifled down the left field line. And rock 'em, sock 'em, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Your Atlanta Braves have just pounded the ball into the night. And Acuna, his 40th home run of the year. And he has entered a club only he knows, the 40-70 club. Braves lead it 1-0. Good piece of hitting by Ronald. It's a hanger, a banger, and he slammed it over the left field wall. Braves 1, Nationals nothing. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies. He's hitting from the right side with the southpaw kicking and deliver. And it's high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball is rifled into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Center fielder cuts it off. And Atlanta Braves have a runner on first, nobody out. Young, center fielder for the Washington Nationals, cut it off before he could get to the gap. They were really playing him deep on that pitch. Make sure to smash that like. Let's get that sign down early tonight on a Friday night. TGIF. Hope you're enjoying your Friday night. We're experimenting with the camera on. We'll see if we really don't care one way or the other. We just assume nobody wanted to see me, so we've always had it off. The first pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. As my mom always said, I have a perfect face for radio, so I never imagined turning it on, but we're giving it a try. Do apologize. We do have to have the lights on in the back, or I can't see all the stuff I have in front of me, my game notes, etc. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, popped up to Riley. From Riley, popped up over to the first base side, over the dugout. Smith gives it chase, but it's 0-2. So an 0-2 count, runner on first. Nobody out. Ozzie Albies singled after the Ronald Acuna Jr. solo shot that puts him into the 40-70 club, 40 home runs, 70 stolen bases. Or will put him in there, I should say. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That ball is belted deep into left field. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong. A 2-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 3-0. 434 happy feet 112 miles an hour off the bat of Austin Riley, and Atlanta quickly out to a 3-0 lead. Another hanger by Corbin. Got way too much of the plate. Tried to go in with the sinker. Started with the fastball. Was trying to take a little bit off there. And he's quickly down 3-0. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson scalds the first pitch down the first base line. Foul, and it's 0-1. Braves 3, Nationals nothing. If you're just joining us, home runs by Ronald Acuna Jr. and Austin Riley. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. The 0-2, Corbin comes set, kicks and fires. Just misses off the plate, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. He started him sinker, slider sinker, then a fastball. The 1-2, lefty-lefty matchup, swing and a miss, strike 3. Matt Olson down on strikes, the first out of the game, first out of the inning, 1 away. Patrick Corbin, we've mentioned this before, how the Atlanta Braves have owned him. The irony of this matchup, if you missed the pregame show, the Atlanta Braves offered at the trading deadline in 2022 as the first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is down and in. Did he go around? He did not. It's 1-0. The two men facing right now, Ozuna, who has really turned his career around with 35 home runs, 87 RBI, and 872 OPS, and Patrick Corbin, lefty-righty matchup, swung on. That ball's banged over to short. Getting his Abrams. He'll flip it over to first. A 6-3 put out, and there's 2 away. Ozuna was offered from the Braves to Washington for Corbin. Would have been essentially a straight-up trade, and Washington turned it down, which is really alarming considering the fact of how expensive that contract is. Braves were basically giving them an opportunity to get him out, get out from under it. The first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia, number 6 hitter tonight, facing the left-hander. Right there, first strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1, down and away, evens up the count 1-1. So with all that being said, they turned it down. I think the Braves are very thankful that they did, because since May of this year, Ozuna's been one of the better power hitters in baseball. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Braves 3, Washington nothing. Top of the first inning. The 1-2 swung on, lifted high and deep into right field. Not quite deep enough. Caught right there at the warning track is Thomas, and that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves, put 3 on the board. It's 3-0 in Hotlanta. From Hotlanta, we're in D.C.
Personal foul, 69, offense. He was giving them the business.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Now Don Mattingly, an emerging star. Mattingly last year was called up by the Yankees from Columbus the day Bobby Mercer retired. He'd been with him prior to that, but had been sent out. And he's not only won a spot on the roster, he's in the lineup, he's hitting third, and he's leading the league at .338. That's drilled to the gap in right center field, and it is off the fence. Randolph was running all the way, so he is being waved in. Whitaker's going to Parrish, is not in time on a double by Mattingly.
First game I went to, May 30th, 1956, Yankee Stadium. We drove from Long Beach, Long Island to the Bronx. Almost took 2 hours. And as we came up into the Bronx and Jerome Avenue, my dad said, there it is. And, I'd seen games before, but on TV. And there it was. And it ate up the Bronx. It was the biggest thing I had ever seen in my life. And it had that great roof, that green copper roof. And the breeze was just blowing all those pennants in the roof, just going like that, telling you which way the wind was blowing. And I had my glove and everything. And I sat in between third base and home plate, real close.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton. Uncle Charlie misses high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 3, Washington nothing. If you're just joining us, 2 home runs from Atlanta in the first inning. The 1-0 pitch inside to Abrams, righty-lefty matchup, 1-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. hit his 40th of the year. And Austin Riley blasted a 2-run shot after Ozzie Albies singled following up the home run from Acuna. The 3-0 pitch right there at the knees, taken all the way by Abrams, trying to work his way aboard. It's 3-1. C.J. Abrams, the shortstop from the left side of the plate, 245, 18 home runs, 59 RBI, a 719 OPS. Pitch on the way, swung on and missed. It's 3-2. Good evening to everybody in the chat. We'll say hi to a few more folks that are joining us a little bit late as an early first pitch. The 3-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, ball 4. So Charlie Morton walks the first batter. You don't like to see that as we start the bottom of the first. Good evening to Jeremy and Max, Mr. Woodrow, Tanner, John. I believe I already said hi to AY. Gary, Mark, Jacob, Chris. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton's a curveball right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Lane Thomas, who has hit the Braves well in previous games, standing at the plate batting .271, 26 home runs, 84 RBI. Charlie turns and flips it over to first. Keep Abrams close by. We'll start it up again at 0-1. I believe I already said good evening to Balefire and Juan. Good evening, Juan. The 0-1 pitch, curveball in the dirt, taken all the way, and Abrams takes off. He will have second base stolen with ease. And Washington's got a runner in scoring position. Good piece of running there by Abrams. Got a huge lead, and of course, Charlie, when you throw that curveball, really no chance for Murphy to get the runner. Helmet flew off of Abrams' head as he slid headfirst into second base. The 1-1 pitch from Charlie, fastball outside for a ball. It's 2-1. If you missed the news earlier, good evening, Edward. See you jumping in the chat. The Atlanta Braves placed as the 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. Fastball on the outer edge. It's 2-2. Atlanta Braves placed Max Fried on the 15-day IL with that blister issue again. They do feel confident though they're going to be able to get it under control, have him ready for the postseason. But essentially what's happening when he's putting pressure on that finger as he spins the ball and fluid's building up, and that's causing the issue. The 2-2 pitch, check swing, foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again. Wind is going to be an issue tonight. The tropical storm is starting to make its way into Washington. Not expecting to be an issue tonight during the game as far as rain goes, but I seriously doubt we get a game in tomorrow. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the Uncle Charlie, and there's one away. Curveball diving on the outer edge. Good pitch by Morton, 82 miles an hour. sliding off the edge of the table. Thomas couldn't hold up. So 1 down, runner on second. First pitch on the way is a curveball off the edge. For a ball, it's 1-0. Joey Meneses, the designated hitter tonight, 13 home runs, batting .280. The magic number, I saw that question a second ago, is the 1-0 pitch. Down and away, curveball misses, it's 2-0. The magic number is now 6 for both because Baltimore lost last night. The Dodgers won. The 2-0 pitch down and away. Ball 3-0. So a 3-0 count. And essentially what's going on is you've got Baltimore has a couple more wins than LA, but they got the same amount of losses. So the magic number is 6 because the Braves is a 3-0 pitch. Fastball misses outside. Ball 4. So Charlie Morton has yet to give up a base hit, but he's walked 2 of the first 3 batters. And trouble of brewing with Dominic Smith coming to the plate. So the magic number is 6 because the Braves have the tiebreaker on Baltimore and Los Angeles. It could be a little trickier if we end up in a 3-way tie with them. That'll come down to a lot more different tiebreakers, and you really have to have more of the season play out to get to the bottom of that. So the gist is 6, but you want 7. So Dominic Smith comes to the plate, righty-lefty matchup. Runner on first and second. 1 out. Morton kicks and deals. Curveball right there on the inner edge. It's 0-1. Braves lead this 3-0, but only 1 out. Charlie Morton trying to dance through danger here in the bottom of the first. The 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on, rifled down the right field line, but plenty foul. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. Dominic Smith, of course, he's the ex-New York Met. He's turned in a decent season for Washington, batting .257 with 11 home runs. He was left for dead on the trash heap by the New York Mets. The 0-2 pitch, curveball down and in, just missed. 1-2. Good pitch by Charlie. Realistically, that's where he wants that curveball. The 1-2. Morton comes set. He's going to step off the rubber for a second, get reset. That'll count as one of his moves. You got a 1-2 count to Smith. Runners on first and second. You have a double play combination waiting to happen with Smith and Meneses. Neither one of them run that well. The 1-2 pitch. Just off the plate wide, it's 2-2. Yeah, I do agree that the Fried news is concerning. You know, they say that they can get it under control, but that's what they said when he went 9 days in between starts and then went to the mound yesterday. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball's blasted high and deep into right field, going back on the track, making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. for out number 2 on the play. As Smith gave that thing a ride, the wind may have kept it in the park. As the wind starting to blow in from the center, from the right field wall. On the play, Abrams tags up and makes it all the way down to third. Meneses stays at first as he went halfway in case that ball went off the wall. So 2 outs now, runners on the corner. Ruiz comes to the plate, takes a swing at the first pitch. Curveball down and in, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Braves. No runs, no hits, no errors for Washington, but they do have 2 walks as they work their way aboard. Charlie Morton spins and flips it over to first base to keep Meneses close by. Ruiz, the catcher, has had some good games against Atlanta as well offensively. The 0-1 pitch swung on, bang, foul down the line. First base line. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. You got an 0-2 count, runners on the corners. About 7 seconds left on that pitch clock. Kicks and deals, swung on, come back to the mound. Charlie's got it, flips it to first, and that'll end the inning. So all in all, all's well that ends well. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 3-0.
Introducing the only Triple Crown winner you've never heard of, Tip O'Neill. James Edward Tip O'Neill played Major League Baseball for 10 seasons as a left fielder and a pitcher for 4 Major League clubs. For one magical season in 1887, he put up numbers that will never be seen again. That season, he led the league in doubles, triples, and home runs, which no other player in the history of baseball has ever duplicated. His .435 batting average that season still ranks second on the all-time single-season batting average list. Originally, his batting average was .492 because bases on balls were counted as hits that season, but this was later adjusted in 1969. His 167 runs that season ranked 4th on the all-time single-season runs list. He not only led the league in batting average, home runs, and RBIs, he also led the league in on-base percentage, slugging percentage, runs, hits, doubles, and triples. Altogether, he led the league in 11 different categories that season. The only major category he didn't lead the league in that season was stolen bases, which the league leader had 138, and O'Neill only had 30 stolen bases that season. 2 out of every 5 hits by O'Neill that season were doubles, triples, or home runs. Between August 24th and September 5th, he set a record of 12 consecutive games with 1 or more extra base hits. During that streak, he hit .596. He also hit for the cycle twice that season, which doesn't seem that remarkable unless you consider he did it in the span of 5 games. What's even more impressive is that he put up all of those numbers in only 124 games that season.
Armchair.
In 1866, at Vassar College, a group of freshmen, with the support of a female physician who thought exercise for women essential to good health, formed the Laurel and Abenakis Baseball Club. Other colleges soon followed suit. They did not play for long.
One day, a student, while running between bases, fell with an injured leg. We attended her to the infirmary with the foreboding that this accident would end our play of baseball.
The teams were soon forced to disband. The game was considered far too violent for young ladies to play.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, your Atlanta Braves. Lead this one 3-0. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris' second. Money Mike drops a drag bunt down the third base line. It kicks well foul about halfway up the line. It's 0-1. Love the idea of Harris trying to sprinkle in that bunt single. When you've got that kind of speed and you're hitting from the left side of the bag, or the left side of the plate, you're so much closer to first base. You give yourself an added edge. The 0-1 pitch, down and away, tried to get him to chase the slider. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Corbin. Southpaw delivers. Down and away, in the dirt, dribbles to the backstop. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Harris. Patrick Corbin is at 24 pitches here in the top of the second inning. Braves lead at 3-0. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Good slider there by Corbin. It's 2-2. The 2-2. Corbin turns, kicks, and deals. Swing, and that ball's going to get dropped into left field. That ball's down for a base hit, and here come your Atlanta Braves. 1 on, nobody out. Money Mike on first. Braves lead at 3-0. Here comes Sean Murphy. Sean Murphy, you'll notice he was dropped down to the 8th spot in the order. We got to get his bat going before October. The first pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is hit high, but not quite deep enough. That wind's going to knock it down into center field. Making the catch is Young. He'll fire it into the infield. Harris went about halfway, then retreated back to first. There's one away. Really feel like the last several games when we watch Sean Murphy, really feels like that he's just missing some of these pitches, getting just underneath it. So that'll bring Kevin Pillar to the plate. Kevin Pillar getting the start. First pitch on the way. Fastball up high and out of the zone. It's 0-1. Kevin Pillar getting the start against the left-hander. Eddie Rosario getting the night off. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 92, outer edge. Well out of the zone and high. 0-2. Not liking this. Michael Tonkin is already warming up in the Braves bullpen. So you do wonder if there's something wrong here. They got Michael Harris picked off, and he is caught in a pickle in between first and second. They will tag him, and Harris caught with his hand in the cookie jar, 2 away. Not sure what Harris was doing. I turned to try to see what was going on with Morton. The next thing I know, he was picked off. I mean, Corbin had him dead to rights. He had no chance. He tried to spin his way out of it. There's 2 away. So an 0-2 count, and Michael Tonkin is working vigorously in the bullpen. Makes me think something's going on with Charlie Morton. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. 1-2. This is the last thing we need, Braves country. You got Max Fried on the IL. Now Charlie Morton's getting yanked. The 1-2 to Pillar. Swing and foul back out of play. We'll do it again. Unless this is by design, but I didn't hear anything about that going into the game. If this may be by design just to get Charlie a little bit of work, and then, but 1 inning, I just have my doubts. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit high and deep down the right field line. Bending foul into the corner, well out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Yeah, I believe he's 2. I want to say he's sitting at 68. The 1-2 pitch, high and inside, 2-2. For those listening on radio, we're referring to Ronald Acuna Jr. chasing down the 40-70. I think I'd blurred out 40-70. I just had it in my head that he needed that home run. The 2-2 pitch, down and inside, bounces away, nowhere near the zone. It's 3-2. They keep flashing into the Braves bullpen. Looks like, the Braves dugout. Bit of concern on Snicker's face. The 3-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to third. Making the play is Vargas. 5-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. So a good at bat, but in the end, 5-3 is the result. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 3-0. We'll find out about Charlie Morton.
Uh-oh.
What uh-oh?
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it. What?
It's a tell. You got to tell.
What tell? What's a tell?
When you ask someone about their relationship and they touch their face, you know it's not going too well. And the higher up on the face you go, the worse the relationship is getting. You know, it's like, pretty good, not bad, I got to get out.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets, it's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship
belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Off field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. As Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions.
Armchair.
When the National League dropped 4 of its less profitable teams, Johnson saw his chance. He established new clubs in Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, snapped up newly unemployed players, then began raiding active National League rosters. Lured by an average of $500 more per season, 111 National League players jumped to ban Johnson's brand new American League, including the great pitchers Cy Young and Rube Waddell and the notorious John McGraw. The National League owners complained, threatened, mounted lawsuits, quarreled among themselves, but they could do nothing. Van Johnson was not going to go away.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, and Charlie Morton is out of the game. Michael Tonkin is warming up. We'll continue to try to see so there's a couple of things in play here. One of the things was being reminded by one of the writers by the Atlanta Braves writers. If Charlie Morton were to go on the IL right now, he would be eligible to pitch in Game 3 of the NLDS, but my word, that's the last thing that we need. Tonkin given plenty of time to warm up, as obviously he was rushed into action. No word on what's going on with Charlie Morton, but it can't be anything other than either an injury scare. Something had to have not been right for him to come out after just one inning. You wouldn't just put him out there just to throw an inning for no apparent reason. I wouldn't believe. He threw 24 pitches. Hopefully it's something very minor and he doesn't have to go on the IL. Any way you look at it, Michael Tonkin is coming into the game and he looks like he is set. First pitch on the way from Tonkin to Garcia, 93 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Braves 3, Washington nothing. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 0-2. Tonkin is starting with 2 93-mile-an-hour sinkers, both on the outer edge of the plate. If you're just joining us, Charlie Morton out of the game. Possible injury. No update yet. The 0-2 pitch down and away. Inside, it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count in the dirt almost gets him. Slider bending well inside, down around the ankles, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and knocks it up high down the left field line. That'll bend out of play. Do it again at 2-2. One thing Acuna has done is he has joined the rare 40-40 club, which includes Jose Canseco, the first to do it in 1988, Barry Bonds in 96, Alex Rodriguez in 98, and Alfonso Soriano did it in 2006, the last to do it. The 2-2 pitch bends down below the knees for a ball, taken all the way. So you got a full count to Garcia. The 3-2 pitch swung on, grounded over towards second. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first. A 4-3 put out, and there's one away. We'll continue to wait to see if there's any kind of announcement. If anybody else hears anything, please feel free to put it in the chat. As Charlie Morton is out of the game. And he is the first pitch on the way from Tonkin is right there on the inner cut to Vargas for a strike. It's 0-1. Second Braves pitcher to go down in as many days. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high. Not quite deep enough. Drifting back and making the catch is Michael Harris, the second and left center, just before the warning track, and there's 2 away. So 2 down, and you got to expect Tonkin will be asked to go, in a perfect world, at least 3 innings. They'll piece it from there. Remember, Darius Vines came up as the first pitch on the way from Tonkin is 95 on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Darius Vines came up today after putting Max Fried on the 15-day IL via the blister. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-1. So Vines could be in play tonight as well, or they may hold him for some time later in the weekend. It really depends on how this game goes. The 1-1 swung on, bang, foul down the first base line. It's 1-2. Milwaukee stomping a mud hole in Miami. It's 3-0 on your out-of-town scoreboard. Milwaukee 12, Miami nothing in the third. Tampa Bay leads Toronto 1-0 in the fifth. Cincinnati 1-0 over Pittsburgh. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball's lifted into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Harris cuts it off, fires it into the infield. Not a very accurate throw, but enough to get the runner back to first. Washington has their first base hit. Runner on first, 2 away. More going on in the out-of-town scoreboard. As a lot of these games are of interest around the league as the wild card and the division races are coming to an end. First pitch on the way from Tonkin to Young, who tries to drop down a bunt. They're going to say he pulled back in time. I tell you that he really did look like he offered at it, but it's 1-0. First base umpire Emil Jimenez said that he did not offer, but the 1-0 pitch, slider on the outer edge. Well, that might have evened it up. That one looked like it might have missed the zone. We'll take it. It's 1-1. Arizona and New York, they are scoreless in the third. Diamondbacks trying to grab a National League wild card. New York leads Philly 1-0 early on. The 1-1 pitch swung on, lifted high, deep into center field, but the deepest part of the park. And Harris is underneath it just before the warning track, and that'll end the inning. So the Nationals put one on, fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Is Gen X okay? No, seriously, are you guys okay?
What kind of stupid question is that? We're fine. It is a cakewalk. We got like 900 TV channels and Prozac. Our kids are grown or almost grown, and our parents are either dead or too old to threaten to kill us every day. I brought you into this world. I could take you out of it. We didn't have anti-bullying campaigns. Our parents bullied us. The school had to take our pictures and fingerprint us in case we got kidnapped. We were like 30 years old when we were 12. Already smoking cigarettes, drinking our parents' liquor. We are older than Google, and no one had to tell us not to eat laundry detergent. So yeah, I mean, we're okay. We're okay.
There's a drive, deep right center field. That ball's got a chance. It's out of here.
Murph goes out and gets an outside pitch low and drives it over the right center field wall.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
You can't imagine what it's like. And it was this grass that just went on forever. And the clay, the infield, the dirt of the infield was so brown, and the bases were so white. And the scoreboard with all of that news. What was happening in Detroit, and all the news. It was the news center. It was this big, gigantic place, and it was 461 feet to the center field fence. Then they had monuments, and I thought Babe Ruth was buried out there. They were like big tombstones. There was a great deal of respect in that building for the past.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is down the way for a ball. It's 1-0. I do have an update on Charlie Morton as Patrick Corbin kicks and deals. Off the plate wide, 2-0. David O'Brien of The Athletic is reporting that Charlie Morton was removed from the game after the first inning with right finger discomfort. The 2-0 pitch swung on. That ball is scalded down the left field line. That's going to get around into the corner, bounce around like a pinball. And here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. heading down to second base, and your Atlanta Braves. Ronald Acuna Jr. with the leadoff double here in the top of the third. He's halfway to the cycle. Home run, a double. Here comes Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Pops it up. Foul back out of play. It's 0-1. So whatever in the hell that is, right finger discomfort. I don't know if that's right there in line again with another blister situation. But obviously the Braves don't want to take any chance with it. The 0-1 pitch, high and out of the zone's 1-1. If it's another blister situation, I'm starting to think that we need to get some kind of ointments or medication into that Braves clubhouse. What's going on with the pitching staff? So Acuna stands at second, nobody out. Ozzie open stance from the right side. Corbin turns trying to chase Acuna back to second. Remember, it's on their mind too. They know that Acuna is chasing that 40-70. So Ronald Acuna Jr., he could be taken off at any moment. The 1-1 pitch, swung on, pops it up, back foul out of play over the first base side, deep into the stands. We'll do it again. Acuna hit his 40th home run earlier, sitting at 68 stolen bases. He's already cleared the century mark with the RBIs at 101. The 1-2 pitch, down and in, ball 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Patrick Corbin, who had a rough first inning and then a fairly smooth second inning, now trying to work his way out of the third. He's at 42 pitches. The southpaw comes set, looks back Acuna, lifts his glove, and here's the pitch. Swung on. That ball is lifted high and deep into right field. On the track, making the catch is Thomas, but on the play, Ronald Acuna Jr. will tag up. Make it to second to third. One away. I don't know who is at fault there, but Acuna did not slide. And you wonder, as you try to watch the replay here, they are re-looking at this. Man, that is close. That is really close. Look, I think he got his foot on the bag, but barely. But what is Ron Washington doing? So if you're watching it at home as opposed to listening on radio, Ron Washington did not have the sign of get down, slide. I think he fell asleep at the wheel there. The first pitch on the way to Riley, 93 miles an hour up top, misses high. It's 1-0. Normally a third base coach, if he's trying to get the runner to get down, he's going to get down, showing him to get down. And he was just kind of standing there going, man, I got the best seat in the house. The 1-0 pitch. Inside, misses, change up, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Riley. Riley's 1 for 1 with a home run. Braves lead at 3-0. Acuna standing on third. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on. That ball is lifted high and deep into right field. Should be deep enough to score Ronnie. Here comes Acuna Matata, and the Atlanta Braves lead 4-0. No worries for the rest of your day. He tags up and gets that easy fly ball score. Good piece of batting by Austin Riley. If you missed the announcement today, Sean Doolittle officially retired from Major League Baseball. They're showing his highlights on the Washington feed. Of course, he was a big part of what they did before this rebuild. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is a long hanging slider on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 down and away. Tried to get him to chase that slider again. 1-1. So 4-0 your score. Charlie Morton is out of the game. The injury to his right index finger. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, banged hard down the right field line. Do it again. It's 1-2. For a team that is trying to secure the best record in baseball, this is really starting to feel like a MASH unit. Just trying to bubble wrap them and get them to October. The 1-2 pitch. High, just misses high. Ball 2 evens up the count. Corbin really wanted that strike. I don't think he hit the zone. The 2-2. Lefty-lefty matchup on the way. Swung on, rifled foul and out of play down the third base side. We'll do it again. Real quick on the college football scoreboard. A couple of less meaningful Power 5 games are going on tonight in college football. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. North Carolina State and Virginia are scoreless in the first. And Wisconsin leads Purdue 14-3 in the second. The 2-2. Corbin comes set, kicks and deals. Swung on, comebacker to the mound. Off the glove of Corbin. Good defensive recovery by Vargas. Grabs the ricochet and flips it over to first. So the Atlanta Braves put one on the board. We'll head to the bottom of the third, leading 4-0.
I mean, what am I supposed to do? Go to college, grad school, work?
Most people know the name Billy Martin from the Pine Tar incident in 1983, but not too many people know that it wasn't the first time he called out another team for breaking the rules. On April 25th, 1981, the Oakland A's are visiting the Seattle Kingdome to face off against the Seattle Mariners when Martin senses something is off. He thinks the batter's box looks a little bigger than normal and asks the umpire to break out the ruler and measure it. The verdict? It measured 7 feet, not the customary 6 feet. If you're wondering, the extra foot was in the direction of the mound. After the game, the Mariners groundskeeper admits he was expanding the box under orders from Seattle manager Maury Wills. As a result, Wills was suspended for 2 games and fined $500. His reasoning was he wanted players to stay in the box, but Martin suspects he does it to gain an advantage over his pitching staff, who throws a large number of breaking balls. It couldn't have helped too much because during Wills' time with the Mariners, they go 26-56. A little over a week after the incident, the new owner of the Mariners fires Wills on May 6, 1981. For everyone who knew about the Pine Tar game, now you know about the batter's box game.
Armchair.
Gehrig had become the best hitter in the American League, driving in runs at a faster clip than Ruth, but he still had to settle for second billing. The two men were growing increasingly distant, and now Gehrig became obsessed with setting a record no one could ever match. Since May of 1925, he had not missed a single game, and despite aches, sprains, and fevers, he determined never to take himself out of the lineup. "Why don't you take a rest?" someone asked him. "There's no point to it. I like to play baseball. And if I were to sit on the bench, the worry and fretting would take too much out of me."
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves Lead this one 4-0. Top of the order back up for the Washington Nationals. First pitch on the way to CJ Abrams, the shortstop. Right there, first strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, foul back out of play. Do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 delivery, swung on and dribbled into left field against the shift. Braves are playing Abrams to pull on the right side of the infield. He just kind of shot it over to the left side where nobody was standing. So 1 on, nobody out. We try to get that scoreboard straightened back out. Every once in a while they just have a glitch for some reason. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Tonkin turns around and flips it over to first. Keep Abrams close by. He is a threat to steal, CJ Abrams. Speedster from the shortstop position. 43 stolen bases on the year. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss up top. It's 0-2. Abrams just 22 years old. It's hard to believe that because I feel like he's been up for a couple of years. We've been seeing him. I guess it was early last year we saw him. The 0-2 pitch, swung on. That ball is rifled down the left field line. It's going to be up against the wall. It's going to be a double. Abrams will stay at third. Tonkin got that pitch well too much of the plate. And they got runners on second and third, nobody out. And arguably their best hitter, Joey Meneses, coming to the plate. If this was a high leverage situation later in the game, I don't believe Tonkin would stay in, but with the Morton injury, they've got to get as many innings as they can out of him. The first pitch on the way, well off the plate wide, slider misses, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup, Joey Meneses, the designated hitter, walked his first time up. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, bang, foul off the plate. It's 1-1. Braves lead it 4-0, but a single would cut the lead in half. Warming up in the Atlanta Braves bullpen, it is Darius Vines, so it looks like we will see him tonight. The 1-1, down and away out of the zone, nowhere near the strike zone, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swung on, hit hard on the ground, over to short. Grabbing it, fired it over to first is Arcia. A 6-3 putout on the play. The runner at third comes home, and it's 4-1. So a hard hit ball. The Braves defense was playing back, and rightfully so, with a 4-run lead. If they had the infield in, that would have scored 2. There's a runner at second. 1 out. Dominic Smith comes to the plate. He hammers the first pitch he sees down the right field line. Man, did he smoke that. 104 miles an hour off the bat of Smith, but foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Tonkin kicks and deals. Swung on, hit down the left field line, right field line again. This time the slider, well out in front of that one. It's 0-2. I think we said goodbye to the shutout the moment Charlie Morton came out of the game. The 0-2 pitch, 28 pitches into the night, swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to Olsen hustling down the line at Smith, but he's out by a step, and they're still away. Have to say, some of the stuff that we've seen over the last few weeks is pretty impressive to see Dominic Smith hustling down the line on a Washington team that is well out of the playoff hunt. So runner on third, 2 outs. Ruiz comes to the plate. Ruiz takes the first pitch. He was taken all the way 94 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Carlos Ruiz, the Keibert Ruiz, the hind catcher, is 0-1. The 0-1, right there, first strike again. It's 0-2. First time he's seeing Tonkin, so he's might be trying to see what his delivery looks like before he starts hacking. The 0-2 pitch. Tonkin lets her fly. Slider down and away, 1-2. Braves 4, Washington 1. Atlanta Braves infield is back, and they're playing Ruiz to pull. So anything down that third base line is going to be trouble once again. The pitch on the way. Swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Tonkin comes set. Raises his glove, looks back the runner at third. The pitch on the way. Swing, and just got a piece of that. Kind of just flipped his bat out there to stay alive. Braves 4, Washington 1. Game 3 tomorrow is scheduled for 1 o'clock, but unless that storm slows down, I don't know how they're going to get it in. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted high in the sky, down the line. Do it again. So you might end up with a double header on Sunday. They may just scratch the whole idea of even trying to play. For everybody's sake, I wish they would just go ahead and announce that so folks don't even think about going out to the ballpark. The 1-2 pitch. Outside wide, 2-2. Michael Tonkin sitting at 36 pitches in an inning and 2/3 of relief. I believe this may be his last hurrah tonight. The 2-2 swung on, foul down the line. We'll do it again. Darius Vines, the right-hander, who came up after the Max Fried IL placement today, is warming up in the bullpen. He should be good and warm. With him being a traditional starter, they may want him to begin the inning and not come in as the 2-2 pitch swung on and just taps that foul. So this is about to be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. You got a 2-2 count. Remember, Tonkin started this at bat at 0-2. The 2-2 pitch. Inside, misses, ball 3. So a 3-2 count from Tonkin. Runner at third, 2 outs. The payoff pitch swung on and just got a piece of that. I think Ruiz knows he reached for that one. That one was well out of the zone. But nonetheless, this is about to be his 12th pitch in this at bat. Tonkin looks in, comes set. The pitch on the way. Swung on, pops it up. Will it stay in play? No, it bends back foul. We'll do it again. A marathon of an at bat. This will be the 13th pitch. If you're wondering, he really has mixed them all in. The sinker, the slider, the sweeper. Anything to get out of this at bat. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on. That ball is lifted high. Not very deep. Here comes Michael Harris II. He'll make the catch. So your Atlanta Braves get out of the mess, only give up one. It's 4-1. We'll head to the top of the fourth.
I lost my virginity to my cousin Jeannie. It was my Uncle Murray's funeral. We were all back at my Aunt Barbara's house, our eyes locked over the pickled herring. We never meant for it to happen. To this day, I can't look at pickled herring without being aroused and ashamed. Oh, cousin Jeannie.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Your life is so dumb.
Braves Country Radio. Everybody was asking for your pick all afternoon long, and you said I have to go on Braves Country Radio first to give my pick, and then I will tweet it out. Okay, so what is
this? What is this Braves Radio? I mean,
they gave me an interview about gambling for 15, 20 minutes.
Armchair.
Bad food and overpriced drink had been sold at ballparks since the 1850s, but it took one very ambitious British-born caterer to turn concessions into an empire. Harry M. Stevens had begun his career hawking scorecards in the 1880s, all the while regaling the crowds with quotes from Byron and Shakespeare. By 1901, he was peddling hard-boiled eggs, ham sandwiches, ice cream, and slices of pie in stadiums from New York to Ohio. Then, one cold afternoon, when ice cream sales slowed at the Polo Grounds, he sent out for German sausages, which he put in long buns so fans could hold and eat them. He had made his greatest contribution to the game, introducing hot dogs to the ballpark.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I know there's folks out there that don't like Michael Tonkin, but watch out. He could be starting game one if we don't watch out. This is getting a depleted troops. Braves lead at 4-1. Quick time was called. It looks like we are set for action now. The first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. I think Tonkin will definitely be on the playoff roster. They're going to need him for exactly what you just saw there. In case someone goes down, you can put him in the middle of the game. As the 0-1 pitch down and away, 1-1. You can put him in the middle of a game like that just to hold the fort. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled over to shortstop. A line drive caught by Abrams, and there's one away. I think the Nationals really have something in that C.J. Abrams. Could be wrong, but I believe he came over in that trade in the is the 1-0 pitch. First pitch on the way to RC is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 down and inside. Ball 2-0. The 2-0 pitch swung on, scalded down the third base line. A good defensive play by Vargas. Hard shot backhanded. Fires it down the line. Gets him by several steps. There's two away. C.J. Abrams was a part of that trade that came over. If you remember that big trade with the Padres. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris II. It's high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on. That ball is lifted down the left field line. Making the catch is Alou, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Braves lead at 4-1. A quick inning. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. I believe it's Darius Vine's time.
Pretty old man. Yeah, I'm 30 years older than you are. Had my back broke once and my hip twice.
And on my worst day, I could beat the hell out of you.
I don't think so.
You will.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
It's not whether you win or lose. It's like the team that wins is the one that has the most fun. You know, that crap like that. You know, all this stuff that's contaminated America where they give every kid a trophy and they don't keep scoring Little League anymore.
Armchair.
So, you got the wool cap on, huh? Yeah, I guess, whatever. It's 96 degrees out. Yeah, better put on the old wool cap. Yeah. Got a lot going on under there, huh? Under the wool cap? Yeah, no, you're not a complete jackass. Yeah.
Androstenedione was marketed as a nutritional supplement. Because it raised testosterone levels, it would eventually be classified as an anabolic steroid. But thanks to government deregulation, it was sold over the counter.
I remember thinking, how do you spell androstenedione? We knew nothing about a drug like that. It was very new on the radar. And I remember looking it up and not really understanding what the heck is this? I can't say there was a complete surprise. There had been rumors out there, and of course McGuire denied it, said he knew nothing about it, but this was something tangible. This was a bottle of something in that locker, something that should have made us question a little deeper. Well, what does it do, and what is going on outside of just that one locker? Because certainly he couldn't be the only person.
Andro, as it was called, had already been banned by the National Football League and International Olympic Committee, and General Nutrition Centers had pulled it from their shelves 2 months earlier. But Major League Baseball said they didn't know anything about it and had no rule against its use.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. It is Vine time. Darius Vines comes in. Darius Vines, 3 other outings, 11 innings pitched, a 3.27 ERA with 2 walks and 8 strikeouts. See what they can get out of Darius tonight. Vines, the right-hander, made his debut in Colorado just a few weeks back. The first pitch on the way, 89 miles an hour. Might have got the benefit of the doubt on the call there, but we'll take it. It's 0-1. He'll face the 6, 7, 8 hitters here, Garcia, Vargas, and Alou. The 0-1 pitch misses, down and in. It's 1-1. The 1-1 swung on, lifted high down the left field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. They had Garcia played way too deep. Pilar could not get to it. And it's a leadoff single, seeing eye single for Garcia. So 1 on, nobody out. DeMargo Vargas comes to the plate. The first pitch on the way to Vargas, 90 miles an hour right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Vargas giving Ramon De Jesus, the home plate umpire, guff. He did not like the call, and he did not hide his feelings on that one. The 0-1 pitch, down and in. It's 1-1. You really do wonder what happened. It hasn't been that long ago that you do that to an umpire and they either throw you out or the next pitch is an automatic strike. The 1-1 swung on, ball's hit hard down the right field line. That's going to get down and into the corner. Getting the carom is Acuna, but he had a long way to go. That's going to be a base clearing triple. And the lead is cut to 4-2. Vines got way too much of the plate, and that ball got hammered into the right field corner. On the play, the runner was going, started to slow down when the ball was hit because he wanted to make sure the ball had not been gotten. But I mean, when you talk about Ronald Acuna Jr. had about a football field to go to get to it. The first pitch on the way is swung on and hit high in the sky. That'll be an easy tag up, and Alou gets an RBI sac fly, and the lead is now just 4-3. First pitch swinging, and it was a fastball high and over the plate. Alou pounded it into center field. The Braves lead is now just 4-3. What has turned into a bullpen game. First pitch on the way to Jacob Young is off the edge of the plate. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Vines comes set. Kicks and deals. Drifts inside. 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. That pitch is nowhere near the zone ball. 3-0. So a 3-0 count, and Vines loses the batter, excuse me. He has a 4-pitch walk, and he is not having a good outing here so far. Vines, after giving up the runs, has also put a runner on first, 1 out. We'll reset this scoreboard here for a second. So CJ Abrams will come to the plate. Abrams, righty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way, swung on and missed, and the throw is down the line up to second base as the runner goes. Man, that was close. They say he was safe, but I'll tell you what, they may want to take a look at this. They're getting a second glance at it. Man, oh man, is that close. Think he may have gotten in there. They are not going to challenge it, but it is close. The 0-1 pitch swung on, lifted high in the sky into center field. Coming in and grabbing it is Money Mike. He'll fire it into the infield, and they'll run on his arm. Young goes second to third, but they're still away. Good hustle by Young, but not the smartest move when you're the tying run. Last thing you want to do is get thrown out at third, the final out of the inning. So he moves up 90 feet, but outside of a wild pitch doesn't gain a whole lot from going second to third. Righty-righty matchup. Lane Thomas comes to the plate, takes a swing and a miss. Strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and deals, down and away. 1-1. So you got a 1-1 count. Vines delivers, and that pitch is nowhere near the zone ball, too. The 2-1 pitch. Vines comes set, kicks and deals. Fastball looking right there on the outer edge. It's 2-2. Thing about Vines, if you're not familiar with him, he's only pitched a few times. He does not have overpowering stuff. He's more of a, kind of reminds you of Julio Teheran, where he tops out in the very low 90s. The 2-2 pitch on the way, down and away, ball 3. So a 3-2 count to Thomas. Meneses is standing on deck. Full count. The 3-2 pitch. Off the plate, wide, ball 4. So Vines loses another batter. You can tell he is not happy with himself as he is struggling coming out of the bullpen. He's gone 19 pitches here. He's given up 2 runs in this inning. The Braves lead it 4-3, once 4-0. Charlie Morton came out in the first inning. If you're just joining us, with an injured finger is what it was being reported. We don't know if it's a blister or what it is. Vines will go back to work. The first pitch on the way to Meneses is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Vines turns around and tosses it over to first to keep the runner close by. The 1-0 swung on, foul back out of play. It's 1-1. Thomas was running on the pitch, but he'll have to retreat back to first. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way from Vines. Off the plate. Just misses again. 2-0. He's trying to dot that cutter on the outer edge, but isn't getting the call. Looks like he's just missing. That first pitch was a lot closer than the second. The 2-1 pitch from Vines. Down and in, ball 3. So a 3-1 count. Now on Meneses, their number 3 hitter, most dangerous hitter in this Washington lineup. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. The pitch on the way, off the plate, wide, ball 4. So bases are loaded, 2 outs. And nowhere to put anyone. And Kranitz is going to come out and talk to him. Kranitz is going to go out there and talk to Vines. Doesn't look like they're going to make a move. That's usually left for Brian Snicker. We're going to go ahead and hit the out-of-town scoreboard real quick. In the world of college football, NC State leads Virginia 7-0 early in the second. Wisconsin's up 21-3 on Purdue as they're heading towards half. In the world of Major League Baseball, teams in the playoff race, Cincinnati at home trails Pittsburgh 2-1 in the 5th. Toronto 4-1 over Tampa Bay heading to the 7th. Milwaukee 13-0 over Miami in the 5th. We're back to the action. The first pitch from Vines to Dominic Smith is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Dominic Smith put a couple of really good swings on some pitches tonight. The Braves are playing Smith to pull. The temperature is dropping here in the stadium. The wind's kicking up. The 1-0 pitch. Down and in, 2-0. Nowhere to put Dominic Smith, and Vines has started this at bat, nowhere near the zone. Pitch almost got away. The 2-0 kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. 90-mile-an-hour fastball just under the hands of Smith. It's 2-1. Starting to get up and move a little bit in the bullpen is Pierce Johnson. The 2-1 pitch, down and in, ball 3. So a 3-1 count from Vines. Nowhere to put Smith. Braves lead by just 1. Standing on deck is Ruiz. Vines trying to get out of the jam. The 3-1. Lets it go right there at the knees for a strike. It's 3-2. So the good news is he's got the 3-2 count. The bad news is the bases are loaded, 2 outs, and all the runners will be on the move. Vines looks into Murphy. Comes set. Time is called. Dominic Smith wanted a chance to think it over, so he'll get out of the box and get back in. The 3-2 pitch, runners on the go, the payoff pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Yak him, set him down, Joe. Darius, his fingers is so. We'll be back in a flash.
It's whiskey.
Smells awful.
Well, all whiskey smells awful.
Then why do people drink it?
Well, it's like when grown-ups have a party. They drink it to have a good time.
Gee, if it's a party, don't they have a good time anyway?
Well, grown-ups have a harder time having a good time than kids do.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I don't know who needs to hear this today, but stop grounding your kids from their online games. Log into those games and get them banned.
25 years after his historic debut, Jackie Robinson agreed to throw out the first ball of the 1972 World Series. He was just 53, but diabetes had dimmed his sight. Heart disease had slowed his step. Jackie Robinson died 10 days later. In his autobiography published after his death, Robinson recalled playing in his first World Series game. There I was, the black grandson of a slave, the son of a black sharecropper, part of a historic occasion, a symbolic hero to my people. But I must tell you that it was Mr. Ricky's drama and that I was only a principal actor.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Sean Murphy will lead us off. Lefty-righty matchup. Patrick Corbin getting ready. Braves lead at 4-3. Corbin at 61 pitches here in the top of the 5th. And we'll get it underway. The first pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Out-of-town scoreboard, Mets lead the Phillies 2-0 in the 5th. The 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. Yankees 6-0 over Arizona. Baltimore 5-3 in the 4th over Cleveland. The 1-1 pitch, down below the knees, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Sean Murphy 0 for 1. The pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 2-2. Texas leads Seattle 1-0, and Kansas City leads Houston 4-0. Those three teams, Texas, Seattle, and Houston, in a dogfight heading down the stretch. The 2-2 pitch, high and out of the zone. It's 3-2. So a 3-2 count to Murphy. You'd like to see him get going again. The payoff pitch, down and in, ball 4. Murphy will head on down to first base. Nobody out. seem to be a lot of concern in the Washington dugout, so Kevin Pillar, they are starting to warm someone up in a right-hander in the Washington bullpen, just getting loose. The first pitch on the way to Pillar, swung on, grounded over to third. High throw by Abrams, and caught and stepped on the bag. Just got the force. Murphy thinks he's safe. We'll have to see if they're going to challenge this. Weiss is on the horn, and they say no. Looking at the replay, man, that's another very close one. I think they got the call right. One of the problems is the view that I see, you can barely see the foot. I think he just got there. They may be thinking more than anything else, there's no way that gets overturned. We're going to have a quick break. While we do, check out some of our culinary stuff we're doing on Saturdays. Name, the big game, 7:30 in South Bend. So we're combining the two, the Buckeyes, the Fighting Irish. It's called a Fighting Buckeye. And we are going to bring you a Reuben that kind of mixes in an old classic over in Columbus. All right, here we go. So we've got the Reuben. We're calling it a Fighting Buckeye, and it's going to be a Reuben sandwich. Here's your corned beef. Cooked it off in the crock pot for a few hours. Essentially, you just want it to where it's soft enough. I've got the provolone cheese. We're going to melt that across as such. We went with Italian bread. We know that that's not the traditional bread that you want to use with the Reuben, but we prefer the taste of it on this particular sandwich. So there you go. You've got the Italian bread. You've got the Thousand Island. Here are your French fries that I have seasoned. And now, only thing left to do is to add the sauerkraut, which I'm going to put over the Thousand Island. And then we are going to build the rest together and show you the finished product. But you're going to get the French fries on top of here, and you're going to transfer it over to the bread. We've got the Reuben kicking here. It is a Fighting Buckeye. We've got the corned beef. We've melted the provolone over it. Underneath, we have the sauerkraut. You've got the Thousand Island dressing, the French fries. We season it with something called Southwest Dust, but honestly, Lowry's works just as good, maybe even better. We're going to put it on the Italian bread, and we're going to cut it for the final pick. This is the Fighting Buckeye. You're going to serve it with the side of Thousand Island, just in case you need a little more. Probably going to serve it with some either chips, French fries, whatever you want to do, but a perfect tailgate for Fighting Irish versus the Buckeyes this Saturday, 7:30. Let's go. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Weems will be coming in. Jordan Weems, a 3 ERA, the big right-hander, throws the first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. with 1 on, 1 out. It's off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ronald swung on and fouled down back behind home plate. It's 1-1. Braves 4, Washington 3. The 1-1. Weems steps off the rubber for a second. Now he turns around and flips it over to first, trying to keep Pillar close by. Almost caught him napping. He just got under that tag. So a 1-1 count. Righty comes set, pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, 96 inside. Right in there on the hands. It's 1-2. Pilar standing on first. 1 out, so if we can get one into the gap, he should score with his speed. The 1-2. Weems stepping off the rubber again. He comes set. Pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it straight back 97 miles an hour. Slaps it against the screen behind the backstop. Do it again at 1-2. He's gone slider, and then his four seam bouncing back and forth between 87 and 96. The 1-2 to Acuna. Weems comes set, kicks and deals. High and inside. 2-2. 97 mile an hour fastball. So a 2-2 count to Acuna. Weems comes set. Lets her fly. Inside, did it get him? Spun him around. Looks like they did get him. Acuna appears to be okay. But he'll head down to first. Runner on first and second. Runners on first and second, I should say. 1 out. Just clipped his left outer forearm. I don't think it got him flush. I think it probably got a piece of his armor that he wears on his left arm. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie Albies, first pitch on the way. That ball is swung on and rifled down the right field line. It is going to slap up against the wall and get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Kevin Pilar. He coming around. He'll score, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 5-3. That ball was hit so hard it came off the wall so quick. Acuna didn't have an opportunity to go first to home. Tried to sneak the slider by him, and Ozzie Albies absolutely hammered that. That was probably 5-6 feet higher. It would have been a 3-run home run. So 5-3 the score. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. He's already 1 for 1 with a 2-run home run. First pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Riley, 3 RBI on the night. He also has a sac fly. Runners on second and third, 1 out. Another fly ball would make the score 6-3. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, almost gets him. 1-1. Standing on deck is Matt Olson. Ozzie Albies is really starting to heat up. You love to see it heading towards October. If he heats up, it's going to be a hard offense to stop. The 1-1 pitch. Down and away, ball 2. So a 2-1 count. Last thing Weems wants to do is walk Austin. Matt Olson standing on deck. With it being the 5th inning, I doubt they would go to the bullpen again this quickly. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider down below the knees. That one just dropped off the table. Nice cut to that slider. It's 2-2. 2 on, 1 out. The 2-2 pitch. Deuce is wild in your nation's capital. The pitch on the way. Swung on, lifted high, deep into right field. We'll see if it's deep enough. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. He's flying down the line. The throw is up the line, and Acuna kind of a tumbling, rumbling slap of the plate, and the Braves lead it 6-0. Or 6-3, excuse me, sorry. That slide by Acuna really threw me off. Almost a half somersault into home plate. The throw came up the line, so he was trying to avoid the tag. And as he did, he just kind of threw his arms up, lost his balance a little bit, and that was one of the less graceful slides you've seen in a while. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves lead at 6-3. Matt Olson 0 for 2. Ozzy's at third, 2 outs. The 1-0. Fastball, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Matt Olson looking for any way to get Ozzy in. Of course, one swing of the bat could make this 8-3. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball, outer edge, good pitch by Weems. 96, just kisses the black, and it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Weems lifts his glove and delivers. Down and away, 2-2. Tried to get him to chase that slider down and away. Braves 6, Washington 3. 6 runs, 6 hits, no errors for Atlanta. 3-5-0 for Washington. The 2-2. Outside ball 3. So a full count to Olson. Weems may not be willing to give in. Ozuna stands on deck. Weems 17 pitches into the inning. The 3-2. Lets her fly. Slider down and in. Ball 3. Runners on the corners. 2 outs. And the Big Zoo coming to the plate. Seems overdue for Big Zoo to get into one. They're going to have a powwow there on the mound. Hickey, the pitching coach for Washington, has drawn in the infield to talk to Weems, get a game plan of how they want to pitch Ozuna. Ozuna at the plate. On deck, it's Orlando Arcia. So you may be going over the option. Remember, Orlando was up there batting 6th because a lefty was on the mound, but that's no longer the case. And Orlando Arcia, if Weems falls behind, you technically have a base open at second. First pitch on the way to Ozuna. Slider right there down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Weems lets her go. Down and away, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Pitch on the way, slider down and in. It missed, but home plate umpire Ramon De Jesus called it for a low strike. Ozuna didn't like it. He'll call his timeout. That might be one of those, we need to get this game along, a hurricane's a coming calls. You got runners on the corners, a 1-2 count. Weems comes set, the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 98 up top shelf, hard pitch to catch up to, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 2 on the board. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Just got invited to an event that starts at 8 p.m. I'm sorry, but not all of us are on cocaine.
How you doing, Ace?
Anybody been on base?
Nobody.
Nobody?
This I ain't seen much of.
Me neither.
I never have. What's the matter?
I don't know if I have anything left.
You just throw whatever you got, whatever's left. The boys are all here for you. We'll back you up. We'll be there. Because we don't stink right now. We're the best team in baseball right now, right this minute, because of you. You're the reason. We're not going to screw that up. We're going to be awesome for you right now. Just throw. All right? Come on. Come on.
Well, the season's finally here. The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback. I just met someone whose name was Hanna, and I said, "Oh, Hannah," and she said, "No, Hannah." I'm hanging on by a thread, people. I cannot do this.
Armchair.
I don't know of anybody besides Robinson who could have done what he did. Many of the black players, Reggie Jackson, for example, said later, he's the only one of us who could have done it. Robinson, Mr. Rickey told him he'd have to turn the other cheek. And as Mr. Rickey said, it wasn't long before he didn't have any other cheek to turn. It just had simply been beat off. I think that they said that Robinson died from diabetes and other things. I think he died from the load he carried.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Darius Vines is going to go back out there. First pitch on the way. Right there, first strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Vines. From Vines. Swung on and fouled back out of play by Ruiz. It's 0-2. You got an 0-2 pitch to Ruiz. Vines comes set, kicks and deals. That ball's lifted high. Not very deep into center field, just before the warning track. Making the catch is Money Mike. And there's one away. So one down. Luis Garcia, who's 1 for 2, comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. Is right there for a strike. Change up on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded towards short. Arcia's got it, fires it across the diamond, and a 6-3 putout, a rifle from the Magic Kingdom. And there's 2 away. That was off his front foot, and I mean, he got him by, we'll say, a quarter step. What a throw. Garcia runs pretty well, just had a wry grin heading back to the dugout like, you got to be kidding me. Olsen got a big grin on his face too. He's seen that all year long. The first pitch on the way from Vines, top of the zone, first strike, it's 0-1. Plays like that, as much as we liked him, Dansby Swanson doesn't get to. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, grounded over to second, and just like that, 3 up, 3 down. How about that? Vines back to action. We'll be back in a flash.
But all the calls I made on 4th down all those years, you know what my favorite 4th down call was? Punt. It was the most successful play we had.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Chuck Norris doesn't breathe air. He holds air hostage. Death once had a near Chuck experience. Chuck Norris can slam a revolving door.
How difficult is it to hit a baseball?
I don't think it's that difficult, simply because you only have to do it 3 out of 10 times, you go to the Hall of Fame. The first thing about hitting that is important is you have to be fearless. I mean, if you're scared of getting hit with the ball, forget about it. I look for a fastball every pitch. Now, if you're looking for a fastball and he throws you a slider, a curveball, a changeup, a forkball, a knuckleball, a palm ball, a spitball, a screwball, you're going to hit it. You can just adjust to it. Now, if you get a young kid that's going to swing at a high pitch occasionally or a low pitch occasionally, he's going to be very aggressive. Let him do it. Don't try to make him swing at strikes only. The important thing about being a hitter is being aggressive.
Armchair.
Chuck Norris's calendar goes straight from March 31st to April 2nd. No one fools Chuck Norris.
It's sort of a myth around. Ruth couldn't handle himself. How could he handle other players? Well, that's nonsense. I mean, the man drank a lot and he raised hell and he caroused, but he was a major league player for 22 years. He must have taken care of himself pretty well. And could he have managed? Who knows? Some terrible people have become great managers. Some likely people were terrible managers. He certainly deserved a chance. He didn't get it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 6-3. You try to get some more insurance runs as Atlanta was forced into a bullpen game out of nowhere as Charlie Morton left after the first inning. The right index finger discomfort is what they're saying. Lando Arcia will come to the plate. First pitch on the way from Garcia, the new pitcher, the left-hander, misses the outer edge, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. Garcia, 4.18 ERA, 11 walks, 30 strikeouts in 28 innings. The 0-1 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled down the left field line, but foul. The 0-2 lefty-righty matchup, pitch on the way. Down and in, 1-2. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll squeeze these in as we go along. As the Braves lead at 6-3 here in the top of the sixth. Garcia comes set, lets her go. Swing, and that ball is hammered down the left field line, but foul. 1-2 the count. Top of the sixth inning. Nobody on, nobody out. Braves lead at 6-3. The 1-2 pitch swung on, grounded over deep into short. Abrams has plenty of time, but a bad throw. And I believe it went into the dugout. It did. And he'll head down to second base. I would think we'll probably get a base hit and then an E6. Abrams threw it off his front foot, well up the line, almost hit. No, it actually did hit Arcia. Hit him on the backside and kicked off his leg and then rolled towards the dugout. First pitch on the way to Money Mike, lefty-lefty matchup on the way. Fastball, shows bunt, but pulls it back. Strike anyways, it's 0-1. Speaking of turn back time, if that was a little over 120, 130 years ago, Arcia would have been out there as he would have been considered soaked at first. The 0-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. Got some pretty good turn back times today. Got a few in the history of the Braves. Got one of the Brooklyn Dodgers. The 0-2 pitch. Runner on second. Nobody out. On the way. Swing and bangs that foul off the plate. We'll do it again at 0-2. On this date in 1911, Cy Young wins his 511th career game. Blanks the Pirates at Forbes Field 1-0. The Rustlers, who were 35-101, have won only 3 contests in the last 22 games. The 0-2 pitch, way outside wide, 1-2. They were only 3 wins in the last 22 attempts against Pittsburgh that season, with 2 victories coming on shutouts. As the 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. Thrown by the 44-year-old right-hander who Boston obtained on waivers from Cleveland in late July. Those Boston Rustlers were also known, and the next year known by, as the Boston Braves. The 2-2 pitch, Down and away, ball 3. So a full count to Money Mike. I think a lot of Braves fans are unaware that Cy Young actually pitched for the Braves organization. Babe Ruth played for the Braves organization. The 3-2 pitch, lefty-lefty matchup. Garcia comes set. Arcia at second, nobody out. The payoff pitch. Swing, and that ball is driven into right field. Coming in, making the running catch is Thomas, and there's one away. It's kind of a lightly hit ball that I thought may have a chance to get down, but Thomas was playing pretty shallow. And that'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate with one out. On this date, 1912, at Sportsman's Park, against the St. Louis Browns, Eddie Collins becomes the first player to steal 6 bases in one game for the second time. He accomplished that feat 11 days ago against the Browns. First pitch on the way to Murphy is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The Philadelphia A's second baseman, feat of thievery, remains the record for another 79 years until the great Otis Nixon swiped 6 bags in 91. The 0-1 pitch to Murphy, high and out of the zone, 1-1. Braves 6, Nationals 3, top of 6, 1 down. Lando Arcia, who reached on a single and an error just moments ago, stands on second. The 1-1 inside, ball 2. So a 2-1 count. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Murphy reaching for that pitch down and in. Whoever it is, they have got to get one of these catchers going offensively at the plate. Murphy or d'Arnaud. The 2-2 pitch swung on, lifted high in the sky down the right field line. It'll stay in play. Making the catch is Thomas. Arcia will tag up and run it all the way down to third. And Arcia, what is he doing? He almost tried to sneak his way home. So Arcia, for those listening on radio, Arcia tags up, goes to third. The ball was thrown from Thomas into the infield. And when the ball was thrown in, I believe it was Garcia, it might have been Abrams. But anyways, the infielder had gotten the ball and was kind of tossing it in the air, playing around with it, looking at it, thinking of like dead ball type thing. And Arcia started scooting towards home plate, almost stole him one. That'll bring Kevin Pillar to the plate. Kevin Pillar takes a hack at the first pitch, 96 miles an hour, outer edge. It's 0-1. On this date in 2002, Greg Maddux pitches 7 innings, a 4-hit ball as the Braves beat the Marlins 4-1. Mad Dog is the 0-1 pitch, high and outside. It's 1-1. Mad Dog joins Cy Young as one of only 2 pitchers in Major League Baseball history to win at least 15 games in 15 consecutive seasons. That was in 2002. 21 years ago today. The 1-1 swung on, foul back out of play. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Pillar. Arcia stands at third. Braves lead this one 6-3. In the middle of a bullpen game after an early exit by Morton via injury. The 1-2 swung on, pops it up high in the sky, drifting back behind towards the backstop is the hind catcher, Ruiz, but it'll go into the crowd. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. The 1-2 count. Kevin Pillar. Here's the pitch. Swung on, just got a piece of that. Maybe a stitch or two to stay alive. that taps off the plate. We'll do it again at 1-2. Garcia, by the way, is about to throw his 23rd pitch of the inning. So he's labored quite a bit, but has worked around trouble. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. We'll do it again. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat, the 24th of the inning. Pilar trying to find a way to get on. Any kind of a base knock would score. The 1-2 pitch swung on and barely got a piece of that one, but stays alive. Probably chase that one a little bit out of the zone. Heads towards the third base dugout, the Atlanta Braves side. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 to Pilar. Pilar wants to call timeout. So he does that. We'll squeeze in this last turn back time. On this date in 1947, on an off day, the Brooklyn Dodgers clinched the National League pennant when the Cubs beat the Cardinals in the nightcap of a twin bill. The 1-2 pitch swung on, dragged foul again. We'll do it again. Although it is past midnight when the good news about their beloved bums reaches the borough, Brooklynites begin to gather on Flatbush for an impromptu celebration. That was on this date in 1947. That's your turn back time for Major League Baseball. September 22nd. The 1-2 pitch is fouled back again. We'll do it again. So this will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. The 10th pitch of the at-bat. Kevin Pilar putting up a great fight. The 1-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, ball 2. So a 2-2 count. Runner on third, 2 outs. The 2-2. Swing and just stays alive on that one. We'll do it again. Robert says the Dogs will win by 35 plus. That won't be good enough, Robert. They're favored by 43. The 2-2. Pilar is having, this is the second marathon of an at-bat we've seen tonight. One by Atlanta, one by Washington. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. That will drift over the third base dugout. We'll do it again. So a 2-2 count. The pitch on the way, swung on and grounded foul. My word, this is an unbelievable at bat. Garcia is now at 30 pitches. 13 of them have been thrown to Pilar. Runner at third, 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Wow. I didn't think that one was ever going to end. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 6-3.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3.
We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Mark caught it! Dwight Clark!
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Darius Vines is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 6, Nationals 3, bottom 6. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike, it's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Swing and a miss. Took something off of that one. The 1-2 pitch on the way from Vines. Changeup misses down and away. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, fisted down the right field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. And there he goes again. Thomas heading to second. That's Alou heading to second, heading to third. That ball went all the way into the corner. Took Acuna a long time to get over there. Didn't look like to be a very hard hit ball. But it appears that they were playing the left-hander. Really strange defense that the Braves were playing there. They had Acuna all the way down, basically playing in right center. So he had a long way to go, and that ball had just enough to get down into the corner. So a leadoff triple, the first pitch on the way, high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 misses away, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Swing and a miss. It's 2-1. Looks like Vines dropped that slider off the edge, and Young, the number 9 hitter, just could not lay off of it. Minnesota leads the Angels 1-0. Their magic number to clinch the division is 1. The 2-1, swing and a miss, slider again. This one down just below the knees. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky, can of corn. Who wants it? It'll be Matt Olson. He'll make the catch not too far from first base. Kind of shrugged with his head. I think that wind's playing some big-time tricks with the ball tonight, because he had to dart towards the ball last second after he had already set up. Wisconsin leads Purdue 24-10. 8 minutes left in the third in that one. The first pitch on the way to C.J. Abrams is swung on, fouled down the line, out of play. It's 1-2. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup, kicks and deals. Top of the zone, misses. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The 1-1 swung on, hit hard down the first base line, but plenty foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. Welcome in, Chris. The 1-2 pitch. Vines comes set. Pitch on the way. Swung on, hit hard on the ground, over to Ozzie. Ozzie has it, flips it over to first. 4-3 put out, but the infield back will score the run, and it's 6-4. So 6-4 your score, bottom of the sixth. If you're just joining us, Atlanta in the middle of a bullpen game after Charlie Morton came out early. First pitch on the way from Vines is high and out of the zone for a ball to Lane Thomas. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. High over towards short. RC has got it. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Not before Washington puts a run on the board, but your Atlanta Braves lead it 6-4.
We can't urban darn your frazzle dazzle.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car that dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
Two teams dominated the 90s, the Boston Bean Eaters and the Baltimore Orioles. Boston, led by Billy Hamilton and Hugh Duffy, pioneered what would be called the inside game. But the Orioles perfected it. Sacrifice bunts, squeeze plays, double steals. They fought and struggled for every run. In an era of dirty baseball, the Orioles delighted in being the dirtiest. The Orioles were one of the greatest teams ever assembled. Dan Bruthers, the broad-shouldered first baseman, was the greatest power hitter of the 1880s, bettering 314 seasons. Wee Willie Keeler in right field was the game's preeminent place hitter. Asked for the secret of his success, he answered, "Keep your eye clear and hit them where they ain't." He once managed at least one hit in 44 consecutive games. The shortstop was Huey Jennings, known for his distinctive yell as E-Yow. In 1896, he hit .401, stole 70 bases, and set a record in his specialty. He managed to get hit by pitched balls 49 times. Between seasons, he practiced long.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, your Atlanta Braves. Lead this one 6-4. Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to lead us off. We had the folks at Armchair Quarterback Radio put together a new card for the seventh inning. I hope y'all enjoy it. When you do the seventh inning stretch, the first pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike off the plate, it's 0-1. So I know everyone likes to cheers Hank Aaron. It's kind of a card that's put together to put up to kind of celebrate the history of Braves baseball. It's pretty cool stuff. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, bang, foul down the line. It's 0-2. Hopefully everybody's enjoys it. I think it's a pretty cool card that we put together. You'll see it at the next frame. The 0-2 pitch to Acuna, just off the plate wide, 1-2. Machado is now the pitcher coming into the game for the Nationals. The right-hander, more on him in a second. Righty-righty matchup. Andres Machado kicks and deals. Swing and hits it high, but not very deep. Into right field, making the catch is Thomas. for out number 1. Andres Machado, the 30-year-old from Venezuela, been with Washington since 2021, so you're probably pretty familiar with him. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to play. He's 2 for 3 with a single and a double and a run scored. Really starting to heat up at the plate at the right time. The first pitch on the way. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozzie. Now batting .276 with an .842 OPS. The 1-0 pitch outside wide 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. 2-1. Braves lead at 6-4, top of the 7th inning. Going forward, you would think with this lead, remember they got him up, but they didn't use him last night. So Iglesias should be available to close this one out. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball's lifted high, but not quite deep enough into deep center field just before the warning track for out number 2. One of the deeper outfielders in Major League Baseball, but the ball does fly here. The dimensions, if you can pull the ball in this park, you can get it out. But if you hit it dead center, like the Braves have done a few times tonight, it is a long way to go. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is just off the plate. Called for a wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled back up the middle, off the mound, backhanded. Making the play is Garcia. He'll throw about a 3-hopper towards first, but Austin Riley is safe, and he'll head to first base with 2 outs. Matt Olson coming to the plate. Good hustle by Austin. That was a comebacker. Scalded off the mound. If it doesn't hit the mound, it's going to go sizzling into center field. The mound slowed it down, but not enough for Garcia to corral it and get it to first in time. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Matt Olson. Righty-lefty matchup. Machado comes set. The pitch on the way. Just misses outside. 2-0. Braves lead at 6-4. You'd love to see him pop number 54 out of the park, give the Braves some more breathing room. But the injuries that have hit this pitching staff the last couple of days, 2-0 pitch misses outside wide, ball 3. Little concerned going forward, especially into this weekend. They do have an off day on Monday, but covering these innings, as the Braves try to count down the magic number. The 3-0 pitch inside, ball 4. So runners on first and second. There are 2 outs, but Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Machado seemed to have lost the strike zone on that at bat. Might have been nibbling because of Olson. Once you get behind like that, it's kind of hard to get aggressive. 6-4 your score. Ozuna stands in. The first pitch high and inside. 96 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. Ruiz is going to go out there and talk to Machado. While he does that, we'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard. Major League Baseball. Games going on that matter in the playoff race. Pittsburgh leads Cincinnati 6-5 in the 7th. Toronto 6-2 over Tampa Bay in the 9th. Milwaukee 16-0 over Miami in the 8th. Philadelphia 4-2 over the Mets in the 8th. For the 1-0 pitch on the way to Ozuna is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 2-0. Arizona, currently number 5 seed in the playoffs, they are trailing 7-0 to New York in Yankee Stadium. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 2-1. Cleveland leads Baltimore 6-5. Important for Braves country. They could win. If that score holds and this score holds, the magic number would be 4 on the American League side. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track. Is it gone? It is gone! Ram-a-llama ding-dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 9-4 lead. 399 happy feet. His 36th home run of the year and 90th RBI. And the Braves have broken this open a touch. 9-4 here in the top of the 7th. The pitches around Olsen to avoid Matty. And Ozuna makes him pay. You got to love that. First pitch on the way to Arcia. Drifts inside for a ball, 97 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Other games of interest in the playoff chase. Is the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Arcia way out in front of that one. It's 1-1. Texas 5-0 over Seattle, while Kansas City 4-2 over Houston. Framber Valdez was pitching in that game tonight, but Cole Reagans, you haven't seen him pitch. He was on the bump for Kansas City. Really good young pitcher. The 1-1 pitch, swung on, grounded over to short, scooped up by Abrams. He'll boot it, and your Atlanta Braves. I don't know what's going on with Arcia and Abrams, but that is the second error that Arcia has induced for C.J. Abrams tonight. Abrams normally a pretty good young shortstop, was having a bad night. So 9-4 the score. Money Mike comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Mike is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 9, Washington 4. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss off the plate. 1-1. Wisconsin Badgers have blown it open against Purdue. They lead 27-10 late in the 3rd. The 1-1. Runner on first, 2 outs. Harris awaits. Pitch well off the plate, wide, 2-1. Minnesota, whose magic number is 1, they are leading the Angels at home 3-0 in the 4th. Dodgers and Giants, that game will be later on tonight on Apple TV. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. So if you are up late tonight, checking out some baseball, the Braves can win this game, and the Giants could beat the Dodgers tonight. Our magic number for the National League and American League could be down as low as 4. The 2-2, inside, high, but called for strike 3. Caught looking, bad call by Jimenez. Get up and stretch, Braves country. It's the 7th inning stretch here on Braves Country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All 1, 2, 3. We out to the ball. We out to the find me something up, crack her down. It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through. You sound better tonight!
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Looks like we're going to get Darius Vines going back to work here in the bottom of the 7th. First pitch on the way. Down and away, first strike. It's 0-1. Braves lead it now 9-4, so they might be trying to get as many innings as they can out of Darius after the injury to Charlie Morton. And, of course, Max Fried went on the IL. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, pops it up high in the sky, drifting back, out of play. So an 0-2 count, Vines kicks and deals, down and away, try to get the changeup, get him to chase. We'll do it again. The 1-2 pitch. Up high, 2-2. The 2-2. Down and away, ball 3. So a 3-2 count. Hope y'all enjoyed that card we put up for the 7th inning. Tried to kind of represent all of Braves country, all the different years. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, fouled down the line. We'll do it again. I'm going to start putting that card up. We may add to it, may change it from time to time, but during the 7th inning stretch, going to start trying to do that for Braves country. Always going to have Hank Aaron involved in it. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, grounded over to third. Making the play is Riley, a high throw. Great stab by Olsen. He had to leap into the sky, grab it in foul territory, lean in and hit the runner running by. There's one away. That was a wild high throw, and the runner just ran into the tag. I think if Meneses realized what was going on, he would have tried to avoid the tag, but it happened so fast, it was bang, bang. That is going to do it for Darius Vines. Tell you what, all in all, you got to give the man credit. He hung in there and ate some innings when he wasn't expected to pitch, and he is a starting pitcher. We'll be back in a flash. Bullpen change here on Braves Country.
She had man hands.
Man hands?
The hands of a man. It's like a creature out of Greek mythology.
They did tell me about the dinner. I got to take all the receivers to a dinner. That's going to be cool. I'm excited for that.
It's not going to be cool. You know they're going to run that bill up? Like $75,000?
Oh, yeah. You mean like the Louis the 13th you're going to have to buy at the restaurant?
Nah,
they ain't doing me for $75K. I ain't going to fake it.
Nah. It's the rookie dinner. It's all of y'all.
You the 10th pick of the draft, too. They know you got 20 guaranteed. Wait, what you say, rookie dinner?
He thinks it's his decision.
It was so cute.
Armchair.
When Fred McMullen, Chicago's reserve infielder, got wind of what was happening, he demanded that Chick Gandil let him in on the fix. Now, 8 White Sox were involved, though Buck Weaver would later claim that he had not agreed to participate. The smart players demanded their money up front.
The meeting was held about 8 o'clock in the evening. I said, there's so much double-crossing stuff. If I win in the series, I wanted the money put in my hand. I went back to my room at 11:30, and the 10 grand was under my pillow. Eddie Saccotti.
Rumors of wrongdoing were everywhere. You couldn't miss it, one New York gambler said. The thing had an odor. I saw smart guys take even money on the Sox who should have been asking 5-1. Chicago sports writer Hugh Fullerton was joined in the press box by an ailing Christy Mathewson to judge if everything was on the up and up. Mathewson and Fullerton would quickly see that it was not.
Everybody in the game knew it was happening. Nobody was even pretending that it wasn't happening. No one was admitting it out loud for the public. How could you admit it for the public? What would that mean?
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Brad Hand will come on. Brad Hand. So we're just 10 likes away from knocking down that sign. Time is called by home plate umpire Jimenez. I believe it's something going on in the outfield. Looks like a fan. I believe they had a flag waving in the background, and it could be a distraction to the hitter. First pitch on the way to Dominic Smith, swung on, rifled over to second, a one hopper. Ozzy's got it, flips it to first, and a 4-3 put out. There's 2 away. So 2 down. Brad Hand now set to face Ruiz. Ruiz from the right side now, the switch hitter. Takes the first pitch inside for a strike. It's 0-1. Toronto leads Tampa Bay 6-2. The 0-1 pitch swung on, hit high, and well out of play over the third base dugout. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Brad Hand comes set. Pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded over towards third. Just foul. Thankfully, because that would have been really close. I don't know if Riley, even though it was the catcher running, I don't know if he would have gotten it. He was very far back on the play. The 0-2 pitch. A quick conference between Ruiz and Garcia. Not sure what that was about. But the 0-2 pitch from Hand. Lefty lets it fly. Swung on and just got a piece of that. Shoots it out towards right field, but plenty foul. We'll do it again. Baltimore has tied it up with Cleveland 6-6. Need the Guardians to put some runs on the board. Help our magic number dwindle down. The 0-2 pitch. Swing. Pops it up. Will it stay in play? Back behind home plate. Murphy gives chase. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Kind of a tricky catch with that wind playing all kinds of nonsense with the ball tonight. We'll be back in a flash. Murphy, Pilar, and Acuna coming to the plate.
The longer you wait on the ball, the better you see it, right? The better you see it, the harder you hit it. The harder you hit it, the higher your average is. The higher your average is, the more money you make. And the more money you make, the more you're going to get laid.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1. Who do you think had the most hits in the 1990s? Some names that may come to mind are Tony Gwynn, Ken Griffey Jr., or even Barry Bonds. The answer is actually Cubs first baseman Mark Grace with 1,754 hits in the 90s.
In 1919, no team played better than the Chicago White Sox, pennant winners in the American League, and few teams were paid as poorly or got along as badly. Players deliberately crossed each other on the field. During infield practice, no one threw the ball to second baseman Eddie Collins, Chicago's highest-paid player, all season long. Teammate Chick Gandil had not spoken to Collins since 1915. I thought you couldn't win without teamwork, Collins said later, until I joined the White Sox. Yet somehow we won 100 games and the pennant that year. The White Sox were heavy favorites to beat the better-paid but far weaker Cincinnati Reds in the World Series. The Chicago owner was the old Roman, Charles A. Comiskey, himself a former player, but now among the game's most parsimonious executives.
They were abused horribly by Charles Comiskey, who was a man of a small mind, a tight fist, and nasty temperament. The climate was too good for it not to happen.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope y'all are enjoying Friday night baseball wherever you're at. Hope you're staying safe from the weather. It's starting to roll in towards the East Coast. Not looking good for baseball tomorrow, but we'll have to see how it works out. First pitch on the way. Sean Murphy is high and inside. It ricochets off his bat. Murphy can't believe it. It's 0-1. That pitch came inside, and while he was just trying to get out of the way, his bat kind of leaned forward, and the ball, which was closer to hitting his hands than anywhere near the strike zone, gets him a 0-1 count. The 0-1 count from the left-handed Joe LaSorsa. Swung on, fouled out of play. It's 0-2. The 0-2 delivery. Swung on, fouled back out of play again. We'll do it again. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled down the line. Do it again. The 0-2 delivery to Murphy. Swung on, grounded hard towards third. But right there to scoop it up and flip it over to first is Vargas, and there's one away. 5-3 put out if you're scoring at home. That'll bring Kevin Pillar to the plate. Pillar 0 for 3 with a ground out, fielder's choice, and a strikeout. He did score a run. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, hit hard down the line. It's 1-1. If you miss it earlier, Kevin Pillar was in a marathon at bat. Ended up being 14 pitches in that at bat. He was struck out, but man, was it an at bat. The 1-1. Time was called, or was it? There's a little bit of confusion. Jimenez came out from behind home plate. So I believe they did give him the timeout. Doesn't matter. The 1-1 pitch swung on, popped up high in the sky. Making the catch in center field is Young, and there's 2 away. So 2 outs. And Ronald Acuna Jr. steps to the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr. takes the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Acuna's 2 for 3 with a solo shot, a double, a hit by pitch, 3 runs scored. The 1-0, swing and a miss. Sinker on the outer edge up top. It's 1-1. The 1-1 just misses outside, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Acuna. Braves lead at 9-4, top of the 8th. The 2-1 pitch swung on, hit hard down the third base line. Plenty foul. 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase a sinker off the edge up top, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. The Braves lead it 9-4.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Baseball was mighty glamorous and exciting to me, but there's no use in blinking at the fact that at that time, the game was thought by solid, respectable people to be only 1 degree above grand larceny, arson, and mayhem. And those who engaged in it were beneath the notice of decent society. Connie Mack.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. You're listening to us on radio. Jump into the chat, Braves Country HD, youtube.com/@Braves Country. First pitch on the way from Brad Hand. Lefty-lefty matchup to Garcia is up top, inner cut, top shelf for a strike. It's on 1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and lifted into left field just in front of Pilar. That ball's going to get behind him. Poorly played by Pilar. The ball kind of had a weird kick and got behind him, but a good hustle by Kevin Pilar will keep it to 2 bases. I thought for sure he was going to make it 3, but Pilar quickly to get on top of it. Chris says in the chat he saw a grizzly bear in Tuscaloosa running down the interstate. I mean, if I saw a grizzly bear, I would be running down the interstate the opposite direction. First pitch on the way to Vargas is swung on, popped it up high in the sky. Will it stay in play? It will not. It's 0-1. Vargas is 1 for 3 with the triple. Wisconsin leads Purdue, by the way, 30-17. That game is in the 4th quarter. The 0-1 pitch, well off the plate, wide, nowhere near the zone, 1-1. Brad Hand tried to toss that sweeper in there. That was almost a pitch out territory. So a 1-1 count from Hand, lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Sweeper right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 1-2. Braves 9, Washington 4, bottom of 8. Runner on second, nobody out. The 1-2 from Hand, lets her fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good pitch by Hand. And there's one away. So runner on second and one out, and Jake Alou, who had a single, a triple, and a run scored. Lefty-lefty matchup pitch on the way. Sweeper down and away. It's 1-0. Back to that scoreboard as we're just, 10 days away from the final game of the season? The 1-0. Just off the plate wide. Sweeper misses again, 2-0. Cleveland has now taken a 7-6 lead over Baltimore in the bottom of the seventh. So good news there out of Rock City. The Mets have tied up the Phillies 4-4 in the ninth. The 2-0 pitch right there, 92 on the outer edge. It's 2-1. Pittsburgh leads the Reds. That game is 6-5 in the bottom of the eighth. Texas 8-3 over Seattle in the sixth. Kansas City all over Houston 7-2 in the sixth. The 2-1 pitch just misses outside wide. 3-1. Dodgers and Giants get it going later. About a half hour from first pitch there. Toronto beat Tampa 6-2. Miami lost to Milwaukee 16-1. The Yankees over Arizona 7-1. The 3-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. It's 3-2. Miami's trying to chase down a wild card. Milwaukee came into today with their magic number for the division being 3. The Cubs did win earlier today. Day game in Wrigley. The 3-2 pitch just misses ball 4. I don't know how in the world Alou laid off of that one, because that pitch, not only did it almost hit the zone, but it was a long sweeper. Just looked like something that you would offer at as a lefty. That'll bring Brian Snicker out of the dugout, so he'll make a pitching change. We'll tell you who it is when we come back. Your Atlanta Braves lead this one 9-4 here in the bottom of the eighth.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Hey, last week we were talking about the mouse.
Right.
My girl said you was right, bro. She did some research, and she said it's mice for plural, man.
Hey, bro, I was just trying to help my bro out, man. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Man. Me personally, mice just sound more natural, bro. But hey, I guess you was right, homie.
Right.
So when you learn something, you got to pass it down to the youth, right? I go to my sister's house. I holler at my nephew. He 5. I'm bringing it down to him. I'm like, hey, I said, little man, it ain't mice, bro. It's mice, right?
Right.
Mouse, mice.
Right.
Goose, geese, right?
Exactly.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
Moose, meese. It's like, that's what.
Wait. You said moose and what?
Oh, moose. For one, is moose.
Moose, yes.
And for 2 is meese, right?
You said moose and meese?
Yeah.
No, meese is not a word at all, actually. It's already plural and singular.
Damn, man, what's wrong? Why are you doing this, bro?
I didn't create the English language, bro. That's just what I didn't make the rules.
How you know, bro?
Because I went to school.
Armchair.
Always you look for heroes. Always the people look up to see something that represents them, that is larger than they are, and if it's perfect, that they might become. As a young boy, when I was taken to my first game at Yankee Stadium, my God, Yankee Stadium, talk about awesome sights. To see Joe DiMaggio, to whom you could relate without knowing anything about San Francisco or anything else about him, but he was a baseball player. He didn't seem to have any other credential but his ability, and that was sufficient to make him a great hero and a great success, and therefore a great inspiration.
That sign, and the Atlanta Braves lead it 9-4. Runners on first and second, one out. Pierce Johnson comes into the game. Pierce Johnson set to face Jacob Young, the number 9 hitter. First pitch on the way is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball down below the knees. It's 1-1. Jacob Young 0 for 2 with a walk and a stolen base. He's batting .244 on the year. 7 RBI. The young center fielder. The 1-1 pitch. Curveball right there at the knees. Called low. I don't know what in the world is going on with Ramon De Jesus. Normally calls a pretty solid game, but he missed that one for sure. 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way. Curveball. Belt high for a strike. It's 2-2. Young kind of shrugged his head and pulled away. I think he realized he should have swung at that one. That was a hanger. The 2-2. Johnson lets her fly. Down below the knees, ball 3. So a full count now. Runners on first and second, one out. The 3-2 pitch. PJ comes set and lets her go. Swing and hit hard on the ground over to Ozzie. Ozzie flips it to Arcia. It is a force there at second, but Arcia has got to put it in his pocket as Young, who's flying down the line, would have beaten the throw. Garcia to third, so you'll have runners on the corners and 2 outs. But we did get the force. Good flip by Ozzie. Runner sliding to second, wanted to challenge it, but you could tell after a second look that Arcia's right foot did skip and hit the bag. First pitch on the way to Abrams is swung on. That ball is rifled down into the corner. That's going to score at least 1 run. Acuna jumps on it, rifles it into the infield, and that's going to score 2 runs. He's kind of lackadaisical getting over there. And Abrams with the bases clearing double, and it's 9-6. And I know they have told Acuna and others to not go all out and hurt themselves and et cetera, but it's really hard to turn that on and off. You get to October, you just hope there's not a hangover effect. Johnson versus Lane Thomas now. First pitch on the way, swung on, fouled away. It's 0-1. Braves lead is now just 3, 9-6. Bottom of the 8th. The tying run is on deck. You could possibly see eyeglasses in the 9th inning. Ozzie Iglesias was warming up a bit last night, but did not come into the game. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away, it's 1-1. Braves 9, Washington 6, bottom 8. The 1-1 from BJ. Swing and lifted high, deep into right field, but the wind will knock it down. Acuna will make the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before. They cut it to 3. We'll be back in a flash. Ozzie Albies is coming to the plate.
They're yelling and yelling, and then one day, they're all gone.
What about your side? Your cousin Henny. She was sickly from the moment I met her.
Don't you talk about Henny!
I guess you two are the lucky ones.
So far.
Frank, if Aunt Baby were alive today, how old would she be?
She'd never make it.
Pitch to Ozuna. Swung on and blasted. Deep to left field, forget about it. 2-run homer, Marcell Ozuna. And the Braves with a 5 spot on the board here in the top of the 10th inning. Ozuna with his 14th home run of the season.
What's that? They're going to stop in the middle of the third baseline and do a
Ozuna
hand.
just now stepped
That's
on a home
joke.
plate.
Ron Washington, that's just not professional. Stop in the middle of the third baseline so they can do a little hand dance.
Got him! Got him!
Armchair.
In 1856, a British-born music teacher and enthusiastic cricketer named Henry Chadwick saw the Knickerbockers play the New York Gotham and became an instant convert to baseball. Chadwick developed the box score, wrote and edited the most popular players' manual, and launched one of the first baseball columns, covering the Knickerbockers and their challengers, the Gothams, Eagles, Empires, Excelsiors, and Atlantics, in the pages of the New York Clipper. And he began keeping comparative statistics so that he could measure one player's performance against another.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball, Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 9-6. Ozzie Albies stands in on the 0-1 count. The left-hander La Sorsa fires it in, misses well and inside. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Another slider missing down and in. Ball 2, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. And the sinker called for an inside strike. It's 2-2. The 2-2. Down and in, ball 3. So a 3-2 count to Ozzie. The payoff pitch. Swung on, hit up the middle. But right there is Garcia. Flips it over to Smith, and there's one away. 4-3 put out if you're scoring at home. One down. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley, 2 for 2 with a 2-run home run, a single, 2 runs scored. The first pitch on the way to Riley is up top, misses high, called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Outside wide. Gave him the frame, and it's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Swing and rifled foul down the line. Do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 to Riley. Olsen stands on deck. In the hole is Ozuna. The pitch on the way. Way outside, high and wide, 1-2. Mets and Phillies have gone to extra innings. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Took something off that slider, 75 miles an hour, way out in front of it after fouling off the 90-mile-an-hour fastball. And there's 2 down. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson. It's upstairs and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on, fisted back behind second base, making the catch as the shortstop, Abrams, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 9th, try to slam the door and get this game going.
I tried this one chili and it set my mouth on fire, and I had to drink a 2-liter of Mountain Dew.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Bruton Smith recently suggested that maybe throwing out some cautions to break up the long green flag runs. What's your take on that idea?
Same guy ruined Bristol. Let's just start at the beginning. Let me just lay something out here for you guys. Is it everyone in this room, is it your understanding that when they throw the green flag, right, that the only reason another flag is going to come out, like a yellow one or a red one, before that checkered flag comes out if there's a condition on the racetrack that is unsafe to continue the race. Is that what everybody understands? If we start getting away from that and we say, okay, halfway through the race, we're going to throw a caution, we're all going to line back up. Well, now it's 2 races, or where the first race doesn't even matter. Now you just got a shorter race. The lead in basketball is a figurative one, so it's as if you stop the quarter in basketball and then you even the score. In racing, I go out there and I gain an advantage. That caution erases that advantage. It's my opinion that takes something away from the sport.
Armchair.
As I look back, remember now, my mother would make a ball out of a sock and put a rock inside of it, and you play with that. And as I got a little bit older, the guys, when they break a bat, we'd put tacks and nails in it and put tape on it, and we just make up a little team. And as I got a little bit old, all teams, all the towns and cities had baseball teams, factory teams, and or steel mill or furniture store, because that was basically the only thing that you could do was play baseball in the summertime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 9-6, and Raisel Iglesias will come into the game. Iglesias looking to slam the door here. He will face Meneses, Smith, and Ruiz. Iglesias 2.84 ERA on the year, 62 strikeouts in 50 innings. We're set for action. The first pitch on the way, 94 miles an hour right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees again. Swung on and fouled straight back. It's 0-2. The 0-2 from Iglesias, kicks and fires. Down below the knees. Trying to chase that change up. It's 1-2. The 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. 94 up top. He chased up around the letters, and there's one away. Iglesias appears to have something in his eye. He's kind of batting his eye really, really quickly. Oh, rain's coming down. Pretty good amount of rain coming down now. The first pitch on the way from Iglesias is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. You got that front coming in from the 1-0 pitch. Swung on. That ball's going to get dripped into center field, down for a base hit. Kind of a fister. Didn't hit it hard, but hit it just far enough over Arcia's head. There's 1 on, 1 out. One on, 1 out. That'll bring Garcia to the plate. Garcia, righty-lefty matchup. Iglesias comes set, kicks and deals, swing, and that ball is rifled into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Runners on first and second, 1 away. So Iglesias strikes out the first batter, now has given up back-to-back singles. And the tying run is coming to the plate. That'll bring Garcia to the plate. First pitch on the way to Garcia, swung on, fouled down the line. It's 0-1. Braves 9, Washington 6. Runners on first and second. 1 out. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Iglesias lets her fly. Swing and fouls it out of play. We'll do it again. You got a 1-2 count on Garcia. A double play would end it. Iglesias comes set, lets her go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 down now. Good pitch by Iglesias. We're 1 out away from getting out of this jam and getting out of this weather, getting the fans out of this weather. There are several fans still hanging around. A lot of Braves fans have shown up for this Washington series. That'll bring Vargas to the plate. He's 1 for 4. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Change up off the edge. It's 0-1. Runner on first and second. 2 outs. They'll be leaving at the crack of the bat. Anything in the gap would score 2. The 0-1 pitch. Change up. Down and in. 1-1. Wisconsin leads Purdue 30-17. About a little over 5 minutes left in that game. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Change up. And it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Washington down to their last strike, but they do have the tying run at the plate. Runner at first, runner at second. 2 outs. The pitch on the way. Swung on, lifted foul and out of play. 96 up top. Couldn't quite catch up, and it's 1-2. Vargas stands in on the 1-2 pitch. Change up down and in. 2-2. You got Smith at second. Ruiz at first. 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch. Deuces wild on the way. Swung on, hit hard on the ground. Right to Ozzie Albies. Ozzie has it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out, and that'll end the game. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win as your Atlanta Braves cut that magic number for the best record in baseball down to 5. Take a real quick look to see what the scoreboard is, if anything's been updated. We are chasing. The magic number was 6 coming tonight. We get the win. That drops it to 5. And on that note, Baltimore's trailing Cleveland 7-6 in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Dodgers are about to start their game. So if the score in Cleveland holds, the magic number will go to 4 for the American League. And depending on what the Dodgers do, when you wake up tomorrow morning, it'll either be 5 or 4 in the National League. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win 9-6. As Atlanta will now go to. We'll look to tomorrow, but I just have my doubts we get that game. There could be a doubleheader on Sunday. We'll have to see how that goes. We know we are definitely going to bring you all 3 games of the Chicago Cubs series starting on Tuesday. The rest is really up in the air. We will be here tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. for Old Man Radio, and at 10 a.m. to noon, we do the Armchair Quarterbacks Kickoff Show. So for those who haven't caught it, we kind of start you off with a little bit of baseball talk, and then we go into the college football day and talk a little NFL on the back end. Player of the game, you could go several different ways. I think we got to give this one to Austin Riley. Austin Riley, 2 for 3, a home run, 2 run scores, and 4 RBI. Other guys you could mention, I mean, Ozuna's 3-run home run really put the game out of reach and helped him seal the deal. And, of course, Ronald Acuna Jr. went 2 for 4. Ozzie went 2 for 5. And your Atlanta Braves win this one 9-6 on 10 hits. 9 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Washington, 6 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. And Tonkin will get the win. He'll go to 7-2 on the year. Iglesias, his 30th save of the season. Braves get their 99th win. We still have a little over a week to go, so the century mark is right there. Y'all have a great night, Braves country. Hope y'all enjoyed the broadcast. And, well, the poll is spoken unless something changes down the road. Looks like we're going to keep the camera on for the foreseeable future. Appreciate to everybody who voted. 107 folks voted and 82% on, 18% off. So to the 18%, I do apologize. You'll have to see my ugly face. Wasn't my idea, but, we'll see how it goes. Y'all have a great night on this Friday and get ready for one heck of a college football Saturday. Holy cow. I don't think we're going to get baseball. We should get a lot of college football. See y'all tomorrow morning. For those up bright and early, Braves win.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.